Howdy, howdy. Wichita, Kansas, stoned and ready for bed. Perfect. Get comfy, get cozy. We're going in. Do heal me, man. Right behind you. You're gonna say the U word? What's the U word? Don't say it. Playing League. Oh, why would you ever play such a game? Sounds like utter pain. What's up, guys? How we doing? Oh my god. I got nothing. Is anything cool going on? I haven't been to Reddit games in a while. You guys want to check out games? You don't understand. No, I kind of do, because like I was addicted to Overwatch for years and years, and honestly, Marvel Rivals helped me like kind of taper my way out of that realm, which has been nice because now I just like don't really have any desire to go back and play any of those games. Venom announcement trailer. Gretel and Hansel remake. Catanat. Nothing. I don't know. Who cares? You guys gotta tell me something interesting about you. The rest of the... Honestly, I shouldn't even know about the rest of the world. It hurts my brain to contemplate all of it. AER, welcome back for 2 years. Still 24 months, brother. Finally worked. Just moved from Myrtle Beach, getting settled into Dallas. Looking forward to the live stream. Thank you. Dallas. What has brought you there, if you don't mind sharing? Myrtle Beach sounds pretty good. You have 4 eggs in the incubator? That's cool. What did your chickens lay them? I'm always in the middle of one of your stories when you pop up on Sundays. Perfect. Well, you can catch the real thing. You don't have Nightbot enabled? What's Nightbot? My choir performed today. My first ever performance for anything. It was so fun. That's awesome, Ruby. Congrats. I hope it went well for you. I hope you keep getting sick nasty at singing. Anything you want to get good at, you just got to do it a trillion billion hours. Nightbot the bot? Ancient. I'm not familiar, honestly. You got to work tomorrow? Oh, okay. Well, you better get some sleep. It's a little fun robot on YouTube streams. Oh, I don't even know. I didn't know you could set up bots on YouTube streams, to be honest with you. Jeepers Creepers Parts 1 and 2 are the best horror thrill movie of the early 2000s. Yeah, Jeepers Creepers was pretty good. Jeepers Creepers 2 kind of like, I guess, went more into the, you know, monster movie flick where it like slowly kills everyone off one by one. Too many racist folks in Myrtle, plus I'm from San Diego originally, so Dallas is a bit more my speed. Interesting. Did you have like... Did people harass you or something? What you said, Venom announcement trailer, I thought it was a reel for Venom spin-off Spider-Man game. It's just a Guilty Gear character. I see, Guilty Gear. Yeah, I was curious too, but I guess you have Venom for the name. That makes more sense. I was going to say, if you named your video game Venom, I feel like that would be kind of confusing for the IPs and all that. Usually triggered by keywords like exclamation and word read. Oh, okay. See, that would make... I should get that involved, honestly, because there's some things that I like want to put in the title or something you can exclamation point, but how am I? I'm doing good. Why do all this story YouTube that are monotone either sound like feds and probably are because of laws or psychos? You sound it. Because we're all feds. We all work for CIA, bro. We're here to, you know, slowly put... We lull you into a sleep, right? But it's not just a sleep that you're being put into. It's a hypnosis that makes you vote for Joe Biden. And makes you love Israel. Yeah, I'm a proven glowy coomer. Everyone knows this. No Insta story to alert the masses. Good idea, honestly. I haven't done it in a minute, but I totally should. Everybody say cheese. Type cheese in the chat. Bum bum. Alright, yeah. I assume if we put that in there, everyone will get it. Oh, wait. Actually, delete that. We're doing the one with everybody saying cheese. That makes way more sense. It just takes too long for everybody to see. Mischievous cheese. And then it says Israel at the top. That's funny. Alright. You guys are up on my story. You are world famous. Hopefully nobody said the U word. When you get paid from donations, are those like tips? I don't think so. I think it's all calculated under the same sort of umbrella of AdSense from YouTube, like a 1099 situation. I just had to hand in my taxes recently, and man, AI helps though. I know it's collecting all my data and making a profile of me to then bash me over the head with later, but I'm okay with it if it saves me some time. Detroiters. It's funny, my friend wanted to watch Detroiters earlier. He's slowly making it through, what's it called? Death Note. They've never seen it. Do you have a day job or is this your full-time ting? This is my full-time ting. Full-time ting. A bing ding ding. This is my life, guys. Can you believe that? Can you believe that I am just some disembodied reader on the internet? Am I Jamaican? Jamaica. From the islands. I'm an island boy. With island toys. Love the stories. Are they real or are you a great writer? They're real. The realest shit you ever done heard. They're from you. If anybody in here sends in a fake story, I'll find you. Oh crap, sorry, I missed these. Mel, thank you for the 4 months. Hey chat, hey Let's Read, thanks for being here. You're welcome. Thank you. And Simone Archibald, welcome back for also 4 months. Good eye, Joel. Fans, haven't slept in 30 plus hours. It's 2 p.m. here on a Monday. 2 p.m. on a Monday. Oh damn, you must be working night shift. But thank you for 4 months, hope you get some sleep. Should wear a sleep mask. The sleep masks are really good for blocking out that sun. And David, thank you for the 1. And thank you for another 1, David. Found your chum, been binging all weekend. Fantastic content. Thank you, Jimmy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're getting to the gym. Jim is in the Jimmy. If I'm having a hard night sleeping, sometimes listening to your videos, your voice is so soothing and it helps me fall asleep. I'm having trouble doing that. Yeah, anything that helps, you know. That little ASMR vibe send you into the land of freedom. The last bastion of hope that we have within our own minds. I could sound like Joe from You. Yeah, I've got that a lot. Hey, it's me, Joe, from the show where I'm a stalker, but for some reason the main girl in it actually really likes it and showers with her window wide open I just remember that from like the first episode, like when it showed him being like kind of inkling towards the fact that he's a little bit obsessive. I'm fairly certain the first thing she did was like change in front of her like wide open first floor lights on window. Back with the funky beat. Yeah, listen to this shit. I love bass, bro. You cannot go wrong with some bass. Oh, yo. It's my birthday in a few days. Can you give me a shout out, please? My name is Sean, by the way. Can you do it in your normal reading story tone? Thanks. Happy birthday, Sean. Oh, happy birthday, Sean. You will be 1 year older and 1 year stronger. The show is called You. I started rewatching You this weekend to prepare for the newest season. I was thinking the same thing. I don't know. It's like, I'm just like, I don't know. The writer has to know what they're doing. They put that there. You really can't blame the anti-hero in that situation. Hey yo. Hey yo. Canada loves me. Thank you, Canada. You must liberate your lands. Be free. Do we know the age? The approximate age? I am within the demographic. Am I 45 to 60? I'm actually 65, yeah. I get the senior citizen discount at Denny's. Hey Mira, what's up? Thinks he says, hey Joel, working on my Materia Medica homework right tonight. Hope I can get it done and turn in before midnight. Materia Medica? Is that some like ancient Latin pharmakeia? What's going on with that? That sounds satanic. You should stay away from it. 65. Your birthday was on the 15th. Happy late birthday, Black Cat. What'd you do for your B-Day? Isn't it always weird whenever your birthday comes and then it's like over and you're like, oh, alright. Yeah, I'm 69 and a half. Honestly, I think we should still count half birthdays, you know? Maybe it psychologically extends our lifespan. I buy young person bus tickets and strut them to the bus like, how do you do, fellow young people? Young being 16 to 21 according to the bus company. Wait, why are you buy, oh, I see, it's like buying it online. Azazel with a 5 says, Shadow Man stories, please. My 2 a.m. wake-ups are so much better with your stories. Thank you, you're welcome. Oh, like shadow people. Dude, those are creepy. Definitely look into it. It's been a while since I've done paranormal. Sam says, your birthday is coming soon. When can we expect a Tokyo stream? Hopefully soon. I really do want to go to Japan at some point in my life. I mean, every weeb does, right? Also, I'm kind of vibing. I'm just vibing with this house techno shit, bro. Is it bad that I kind of want something spooky to have me so I could send a story about it? I think that's reasonable. It's usually... Or you could just make it up. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I will know. I will find out. What is shadow people? Is shadow people not just ghosts? Have I seen Samurai Champloo? I have. Great show. Though back when I watched it, it's like, I said this before, it's like one of those samurai shows that was nice because it didn't have like the blood splatter everywhere. It was like kind of more realistic with the combat, which was cool. But I feel like the story kind of like lost its way about midway through the season, and then they just kind of wrapped it up real quick, and it was like, alright, well, that seems a bit silly. Also, I didn't realize how like ridiculous Death Note was till having kind of rewatched it recently. And it's just like the definition of like exponential dialogue. If he's doing that and she's doing that, maybe I should do this. Yes, it's all going to plan. How was your day? How's my cat? My cat is good. He is nowhere to be found right now, but today was good. Honestly, just chilling. It's been a very, very low-key weekend. I'd make a good L, thank you. I'm always taking the L. L is a great character, though. I do enjoy those sort of like stories where someone's always 3 steps ahead. Have you seen the clip of the one scene between L and Light, but with no inner monologue? No, I haven't. It's just them staring at each other. So silly. Like anime voice acting has to be the most ridiculous shit of all time. Like people are like, you gotta take acting classes. It's like, really? Really? You gotta take acting classes to act like that? What do you mean? Really? Just tickle me. Tickle me while I'm doing it and I'll get it right. As a Zeo, welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, friends. It's my birthday in a few days. Can you please give me a shout out? It would be a cool present. It's Sean. Oh, I did, Sean. Happy birthday, big dog. It sounds like James. Alright, guys. We got wilderness stories. These ones are pretty generalized outdoor stories. But I guess as we read them, we might change the title, honestly, because you really never know where you might end up. Get your sleepy tea. Get ready. It's going to be crazy. You think about me being a good anime villain often. I appreciate that. Maybe one day I will make the right connections to hear my voice in a cartoon from Japan. Or Korea, wherever. North Korean anime. Wouldn't that be the funniest shit ever if like North Korea essentially produced nothing of value to the rest of the world except that the god king over there was like obsessed with animation or something and like forced the majority of his population to produce like really, really high-end anime. That would be so awesome. Think I ever go back to 3 videos a week? Probably not. No, it just kind of burns me out, and you know, we don't always have like enough content, you know what I mean, for 3 videos a week, so I think this is the perfect spot, honestly. Do you read through the stories before reading them out loud? I do not, no. A lot of it's just dry reads. You'll hear me make many thousand a mistake. I'm a former U.S. Marshal, and I'm currently writing my autobiography, and I'd like to share a dramatization of what might be the most memorable chapter of my career. I'm not an experienced writer by any means, so this may not meet the standards that you're used to, but if you find it in any way compelling and wish to use it in the video, then the confidence that'll give... Oh, dude, we're giving people confidence. Let's go. How do you know if the stories are good? Oh, I mean, I have people... Basically how it works is I have people dig through the emails and then kind of collate them to a particular topic or idea that people want to hear about. And there's, you know, some editing in there from their end. I sound like English voice actor Matthew Mercer, who did Levi. Dude, Matthew's so good, bro. I remember hearing, like, watching him. He has so many voices, and I remember watching him do some, like, Scottish dwarf, you know, kind of voice. And I was just like, how the fuck? Like, it was like he was a completely different person. It was honestly very impressive. Well, obviously, he's been doing it a million jillion years, so he's gonna kick ass at it. Kim Jong-un is absolutely crazy. I'd be surprised if he allows anything like that in North Korea. Well, like something like that, or maybe like, since he likes Dennis Rodman, like, does he have a basketball league that he goes to and watches? Did I see that one time? Or did he go? I feel like he does, because I feel like Dennis Rodman was at the games. But that'd be funny if it was just like Globetrotter style basketball. He just really likes Globetrotters. So he just like imprisons people there to play like endless Globetrotter style like silly basketball games. Yeah, he does. He's like friends with Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman has like traveled to North Korea and like hung out with Kim Jong-un for some reason. It's kind of awesome. But if you find it in any way compelling and wish to use it in the video, then the confidence that'll give me is the only compensation I require. You see, it all started late one Sunday evening back in October of 1986. I was sitting at home watching some Cougars highlights on TV when the phone began to ring, and since no one called past 10 p.m. unless it was important, I slid over on the couch and picked it up. It was my SD, my supervisory deputy, and all he told me was, "Be at the federal courthouse, 8 a.m. sharp. You got a task for it." The Cougars? Who the fuck are the Cougars? 1986 Cougars? U.S. Marshal? I'm looking this up. Like hot Cougars in your area? Oh, like Brigham Young? Maybe. The Brigham Young Cougars football team? Perhaps. Hola, ¿cómo está yo? Como casado como la mierda. Hasta luego, mi amigo. Alrighty. Hasta luego. Someone in the, he's just watching highlights of like old MILFs. That would be beautiful. I was sitting at home watching some highlights on TV when the phone began to ring, and since no one called past 10 p.m. unless it was important, I slid over on the couch and picked it up. It was my SD, or supervisory deputy, and all he told me was, "Be at the federal courthouse, 8 a.m. sharp. You got a task force briefing." I've been a deputy U.S. Marshal out of the Eastern Washington District for coming up on 4 years by that point. Long enough to know that when something big was brewing, that's exactly how it went down. No info on the target, no info on their location, just a date and time for the briefing. And after hearing the word task force, I had a reasonably good idea we'd be hunting a priority fugitive. But what I didn't know was that bringing him in would result in one of the strangest and most unsettling incidents of my entire career. The next morning, I drove over to the Spokane. Is it Spokane? What do you gotta get? Also, I'm pretty sure last stream I was pronouncing P-Rog incorrect the entire time. I think it was supposed to be like a soft pronunciation, like the French. Spokane, like a true Washingtonian. Jeremiah Larkin with the big 20 says, "Hey, Brother Joel, yeah, made it to a live of yours. You rock." Thank you, Jeremiah. Very kind. Thank you so much, my friend. Good to see you. Okay. Spokane. Northern Washington. Interesting. The next morning, I drove over to the Spokane County Courthouse, where I met my SD at the door. He directed me to a conference room on the second floor, and when I stepped inside, there was already half a dozen guys in there wearing a mix of suits, polos, and duty rigs. It was mostly my fellow marshals at first, but I also recognized an FBI special agent from the local field office. And then before the clock ticked over to 8 a.m., the room filled up with half a dozen more marshals out of the Seattle office, a handful of state troopers, and a pair of detectives from the Spokane PD. After a couple of more minutes, the room began buzzing with small talk and introductions as the caffeine started to kick in. But the chatter ceased immediately when the chief deputy marshal for the district walked in, flanked by an assistant U.S. attorney. The chief deputy marshal walked up to the speaker's stand, set down his coffee, and then got straight down to business. "All right, listen up. We got a high priority apprehension on our hands, and this could be a tough one." He consulted his notes and then continued. Fugitive's name is Raymond Ridgway. He's 42 years old, 6 feet 2 inches tall, with a lean build, red hair, and dark brown eyes. Notable markings include burn scars to the palms of his hands, multiple tip-tap-tappity-toot-toot. Damn. I'm not really sure what voice I was trying to go for there, but we got it. Notable markings include burn scars to the palms of his hands and multiple tattoos, particular on his hands and fingers. He's wanted on 4 counts of homicide, 2 in Idaho, 2 in Oregon, and then 2 counts of murder of a federal officer after he ambushed those 2 FBI agents last year. The chief paused, consulting his notes again as a murmur of apprehension swept around the room. All reports suggest Ridgway will be armed and will have no qualms pulling the trigger on anyone wearing a badge. But do not mistake that man's reputation. He's an animal, but he's as intelligent and as cunning. He's an animal, but he's as intelligent and cunning as he is unstable, and each of you would do very well to remember that when the time comes to bring him in. The marshals began swapping nervous looks as the chief paused again, and the assistant U.S. attorney stepped forward with a stack of folders, passing them out as the chief continued. Intel puts Ridgway at the Passatin... Zam. Passatian... I have no fucking clue. Can't even attempt that one. Passatin? Anybody from there, the area? I'm gonna put it in chat and you guys can... And don't guess, you gotta know it. Pass like the word pass, A like letter A, and 10 like the number 10. Passatin. Passatin. Hey, Shorn, what's up, dude? Let's look it up on YouTube. Oh, wait. Here you guys can listen to. How am I? I'm doing pretty good.
I'm back at the Iron Gate Trailhead. It's October 1st and I'm filled with nostalgia. My wife...
Also, hiking is just like such a funny concept. Like, I do it, but it's also just like really funny, the idea of just like, let's go on a fucking long-ass, sweaty, stinky walk.
I had many good trips in the northeastern
but I do understand.
corner of the Cascades. Here in the Passatin. Very beautiful.
Passatin. Oh, he said it. Sounds like Satan.
Or the Cascades. Here in the Passatin.
Passatin. There we go. Take a hike. Sure. Intel puts Ridgway in the Passatin wilderness, up near the Canadian border. It's a needle in a haystack situation, but... Damn. It's a needle in a haystack situation, but we've managed to narrow things down a little. After a tip from a hunter, the FBI flew a plane over the forest, and the best guess from their analysis is that he's holed up in the Osceola... Osceola, right? Osceola? The Piss Satan. After a tip from a hunter, the FBI flew a plane over the forest, and the best guess from their analysis, their analysts. God damn it. After a tip from a hunter, the FBI flew a plane over the forest, and the best guess from their analysts. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna say anal cis. Probably not that. Analysts. After a tip from a hunter, the FBI flew a plane over the forest, and the best guess from their analysts is that he's holed up on the Osceola Peak. And after instructing someone to dim the lights, the chief flicked a switch on an old 3M overhead projector. We're just gonna call it. Is that right? 3M, or do they mean 3mm, like 3mm? Is it 3M projector or 3mm? Have I played Repo? No, I haven't. It looks fun though. I was just telling my friends we need to get it. 3M projectors refers to projector made by the company 3M, which stands for Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing. Oh, interesting. 3M is known for making office supplies, electronics, and various tech products. Do you remember when you did the animated house story party on Wanzi Entertainment and sang that na? Oh yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to do with Wanzi, so if he were to animate something, it would be just on his end. Did you ever play Jazz Jackrabbit? No, what's that? Repo this, repo that. Is it fun though? Like, is it, or is it like too little too late as far as those Lethal Company stuff? Honestly, it does look like a step up from Lethal Company, but is it the same type of concept? It's fun. That's cool. After instructing someone to dim the lights, the chief flicked a switch on an old overhead projector, and in an instant, the wall behind him lit up with a topographical map of the Pasayten Wilderness. "This is our target zone," the chief said, pointing towards Osceola Peak, which had been circled in red. "There's a shelf of even ground a few hundred yards. There's a shelf of even ground a few hundred meters from the summit. It's tough to access, there's more than enough cover to keep him hidden, and we think he's sheltering in the largest of the 3 caves up there, most probably alone, but he's had time to dig in. Elevation's around 8,500 feet, it's got steep approaches from all sides, and on top of all of that, the snow's just started, meaning we've got a small window of opportunity before conditions lock us out altogether." The chief switched off the projector, and after the lights came back on, he motioned toward the men in suits. "This is a joint operation, U.S. Marshals. This is a joint operation. U.S. Marshals might be taking the lead, but we got FBI for jurisdictional overlap, state troopers for regional support, and Spokane's PD detectives for their work on tying Ridgway to a local safe house that he used last month. We're going in heavy, too. Full tactical long guns, and a chopper on standby for extraction or medevac if it goes sideways. And let me make something clear, gentlemen. Our warrant states apprehend or neutralize. That means dead or alive. Ridgway's not slipping through this time." The assistant U.S. attorney chimed in, and at this point, the assistant U.S. attorney chimed in. "Legally, you're covered under federal warrant issued out of the Eastern District of Washington," she explained. "Murder charges are filed, and the AG's office has greenlit lethal force if he engages. We have probable cause, witness statements, ballistics. He's a clear and present danger, so you're authorized to do what's necessary. Just make sure it's clean." The chief nodded, bringing back a hoobity-boobity-boop. The chief nodded, picking back up where he left off. Winthrop? Is it Osceola Winthrop? Winthrop. It sounds like Michael. Wart. Jazz Jackrabbit is a 2D platformer where you're a hare that shoots things with a big gun. It's one of my favorite childhood games from the 90s. Oh, I swear I think I've seen that. Did they make a remake of it recently? Jazz Jackrabbit. Oh, maybe I don't remember this one. It looks almost like Sonic, the way you move fast and stuff. I wonder if they've like repurposed Sonic in a way. It looks cool. It'd be fun to make like a 2D platformer at some point. I sound pretty. Do you think oxygen is slowly killing us? like oxidizing things or whatever, and like cancer and all that kind of stuff. Or oxidizate. Is that even the same thing? Oxidation? Some of the gameplay is quite Sonic-y. Also, the soundtrack is amazing. That's cool. It's made by Cliffy B, who did Gears of War. See, that's cool. Everybody gets their start somewhere. It's kind of sad, though. Like, I don't know, just the life of... Not to put Cliffy B down in, you know, specifically, but it's like, you make a game like that, you advance to, like, Gears of War, and then all I remember of him since then is he tried to create more of like an Unreal Tournament style Overwatch game, and it didn't do well because, I don't know, a lot of those like sort of hero shooters that came out after Overwatch just didn't do well, and then you just haven't heard from him since, because I guess like once people invest in you one time and you don't, you know, unfortunately put out anything that people want, it just dies. Haven't watched any of the Sonic movies. I haven't, actually. I should, though. Notice me, senpai. What's the story topic? It's in the title if you ever want to find it, but it's just like generalized wilderness stuff. Yeah, anybody who's ever breathed oxygen here on Earth probably died at some point. What's for dinner? I went to Chipotle, actually, and got a bowl. It was like really, really good because it was like a sweet honey chicken, and it was awesome. It tasted so good. And then I had like Greek yogurt and oatmeal and berries before the stream, just because I wanted more food in my stomach. You love that bowl? Yeah, it's good shit. I don't know, sometimes Chipotle doesn't have like a lot of flavor in it, you know what I mean? If you get just the basic shit, you have to like add crap to it just to like, I mean, I like the texture of like a burrito, but whenever the chicken and a lot of the other stuff doesn't have much flavoring, like I get it, it's technically like healthy or whatever, it's just kind of like meh. You gotta add your own shit in. He's mostly left games to do comics and stand-up comedy, really. He seems to be enjoying himself. Well, that's good. I'm sure honestly doing all those Gears of War games was probably pretty stressful for him. Because, like, sure, it's great to have that success, but then, obviously, sometimes you suffer from success because then those Microsoft execs, you know, they want more. And they want more. And they want more and more and more. Have they made a Gears of War game in, like, a while? I feel like I haven't seen any. I actually do have some Five Nights at Freddy's stories on the channel if you go back looking, like, do the search bar on the channel. FNAF, FartNAF, Five Nights at Farties. Gears of War Emergence Day is now... Oh, it's not even out yet, okay. Gears of War 76, finally. Gringa pastor with pineapple and pork belly. Oh man, that sounds pretty yummy. It's a prequel. Did they already do... Yeah, wait, what's it called? Emergence. Is that like the Day Z or Day whatever? Where it's like the day they like came up from underground? Are you going to see FNAF 2? Probably at some point. I saw the first one because my buddy's kids wanted to watch it, and... You know, it was about... like, there was a lot of plot holes that made zero sense, but at the same time, you know, it was about what you expected. We'll stage out of Winthrop, the closest town to the wilderness boundary, and we can't risk using air transport, so after we drive out to the forest, it's a 10-mile hump to the base of Osceola, at which point you'll split into teams of 3. Alpha's on point for the summit push, Bravo flanks east to cut off escape routes, Charlie holds the perimeter and provides support if needed. Weather's our clock, meaning we move at first light tomorrow. Any questions? One of the marshals from Seattle spoke up near the back. What happened to those 2 FBI agents? The chief got a nervous look about him. He looked at the assistant U.S. attorney. She gave him a nod, and then he cleared his throat before giving his answer. 2 agents tracked down Ridgway's hideout. Ridgway's hideout on the hills outside of Boise. They contacted their HQ. Two agents tracked down Ridgway's hideout up in the hills outside of Boise. They contacted the HQ to report a victim up there, and she didn't want to leave. Like, she was scared to? Another marshal asked. Possibly, the chief replied. All we know is that she physically resisted when the two agents tried to get her out, which we think set them up to be ambushed. The room stayed silent for a beat, and the weight of the task was starting to settle in. The room stayed silent for a beat, the weight of the task settling in. The chief then asked if anyone had any more questions, and when his query... Am I saying that right? Yeah. And when his query was met with silence, he gave one sharp clap. Good, he said. Gear up, brief your teams, and then go get some rest before tomorrow. I want you all in Winthrop at dawn, ready and ready to go. The next morning, we rolled out at dawn, a convoy of black SUVs and a couple of state troopers' trucks. God damn it, man. Bleh. What's up? Highlight was Matt, Pat, and Corey. That was cool. Cool to see them there. That was like one of the funnier ones. Was like Corey Kenshin was just a taxi driver. Scary Lockdown Stories you did years ago is one of your favorite of your videos, and it was the first I ever watched on the channel. To this day, still my favorites. Oh, awesome. Thank you. There are many classics to catch up on. The next morning, we rolled out at dawn, a convoy of black SUVs and a couple of state trooper trucks cutting through the early morning haze. The drive started at Highway 20. Blacktop was still wet from overnight rain, with the North Cascades looming large ahead of us. And after an hour, our tires ground against loose rock as we turned off onto... a gravel service road. The landscape was a mix of wet bark and fallen leaves. The road narrowed fast, hemming us in with dense stands of pine and fir, and mud sucking at the wheels as we climbed. At the 20-mile mark, the road ended at a trailhead, just a dirt clearing with a rusted sign. We parked and stepped out onto the half-frozen slush. Osceola Park was visible now, rock streaked with snow, forming a jagged shadow against the overcast sky. We went over the plan one last time, then the team splits. Alpha gearing up with rifles and packs, Bravo and Charlie doing the same, and then fanning out with the radios crackling as the winds bit any exposed skin. And that hike took hours. The trail started flat. This muddy mess through a valley floor littered with downed branches and puddles, but it soon pitched up as switchbacks carved their way upward through the thick timber. The frost grew more pronounced as we climbed, from a dusting to a solid crunching underfoot, and sweat beads around my temples despite the... Justin, thank you for the gifter too. Melly Sakura, welcome Melly. COVID brought out the angry gastrointestinal people to fight over toilet paper. Fond memories. Yeah, shit's fucking stupid. What a time. Many more times to come. Sweat beaded around my temples despite the cold, and our breath puffed out into clouds as the trees thinned near the timberline, giving way to open slopes of shale and ice-crusted grass. Osceola's summit loomed closer, its top shrouded in low clouds, and by midday, we hit the base. Our legs were burning as the peak's steep face stared us down. I think I was too occupied looking upward to notice, because it was a member of my team that first pointed it out to the rest of us. and then once he did, we couldn't look at anything else. At first, when he pointed towards the little white and brown bird lying dead on the ground, I wondered why he'd brought it to my attention. But then I saw another dead bird just a few yards away, and then another, and another. And before long, the whole team was checking out what must have been 24 dead birds and squirrels, all lying at seemingly random spots on the forest floor. They didn't look half-eaten or display any other kinds of damage, nor was there much in the way of decomposition. It was just like they'd dropped down dead. As one of my team started asking what might have killed all those animals, I pulled the radio from my vest, hitting the transmit button as the wind began to pick up.
Bravo, this is Alpha Lead. You see anything weird around your position? Over.
A beat passed, and the Bravo's voice crackled back, very tense, but they were steady.
Alpha, this is Bravo Lead. We got a bunch of dead birds and squirrels. A couple of marmots, too, all over the east flank. No blood on them. It's like they just sort of fell out of the sky. You see anything like that over there? Over.
And I glanced at the nearest corpse, still fresh among the frost, and felt a very deep unease settle in my gut.
Exact situation here,
I said.
There's dozens of them, all the way up the west slope. Looks like they died fast, no marks. Any theories? Over.
Another pause, but longer this time, and the radio came back.
Negative, Alpha. No clue. We flagged it to Charlie, but orders from Chief are to keep pushing. Priority is the summit. Ridgeway's up there, and we're not stopping for this. You good to move? Over.
I looked back at my team, their confidence draining by the second as their breath clouded in the cold, and the dead stretched all around us, a grim carpet leading toward the shrouded peak. But Bravo was right. We had to keep moving.
Roger that, Bravo,
I replied.
We're good. Moving up now. Keep us posted if Charlie gets anything. Alpha out.
I clipped the radio back onto my vest, nodding to the team.
Summit's still to play. Eyes sharp, weapons hot. Let's go.
We started climbing again, boots crunching through snow and over the small, stiff bodies, the unease settling deeper with every step toward Osceola's Peak. We crested the final rise, boots sinking into a thin crust of snow, and hit the stretch of flat ground that we'd been told of not far from Osceola's summit. The wind eased here, blocked by a low ridge of rock, while the clouds hung thick, muting the light.
Damn, there's a lot of descriptors about the fucking sky. I feel like I would almost rather hear like technical jargon from like a military person rather than poetry. Who can remember the story of the lady who was being eaten by maggots when the ER paramedics went to the house for gastrointestinal pains? Oh man, that was a long ass time ago. I feel like it must have been like 3 more years ago. Skibbity toilet stories. They're coming. They're in the works. You guys just need to experience them. Send them in. They really need me to understand that the sky is a certain color. Does anyone remember the story of the Bean family or whatever the name was? I think they were cannibals. I don't know. The sky is over. You've been listening for that long? Yeah, I'm trying to remember. You're the oldest person in the chat. That's okay. I don't know. It seems like there's been a lot of variation in who comes in the chat lately. But it's good to have people. It's just not always the same crew. But I guess the crew changes over time. But I stay the same. You're a sleeper agent. Your trigger. What's your trigger phrase? Skibbity toilet. The wind eased here, blocked by... The wind eased here, blocked by a low ridge of rock while the clouds hung thick. Ahead of us was the opening to a cave, a jagged gash in the rock about 10 feet wide and half hidden by a slab of granite. It was the only real shelter up there, the obvious spot for Ridgway to hole up. The other 2 caves were little more than alcoves. We spread out, rifles raised, moving low and quiet towards the cave's entrance. I signaled to hold positions as shapes emerged from the east. It was Charlie, and Bravo would be close by too. Charlie's team leader and I nodded to one another in acknowledgement, and then we fanned out to cover the cave. We advanced together, this tight semicircle closing in. No noise came from the mouth of the cave. There was just the crunch of our steps and the sound of the wind whistling across the peak. At the entrance, I flicked on my flashlight and the beam was cutting through the dark as we stepped inside. Charlie's lights joined ours, throwing stark shadows against the rough walls.
Something about it just doesn't sound right. You know what I mean? Like something about like too much description. Even I'm not saying that's a lot of description. It just sounds like disruptive, I guess, if that makes sense. Like I feel like descriptors that have a certain degree of poetry to them need to be used intermittently. Hitsubasa, welcome back for 27. Hello, chat. Goodbye, chat. Sleep is night. Oh, good night, Hitsubasa. Sorry. But good to see you. You should do some Minecraft, Roblox, or Fortnite stories. It would certainly be something different. Minecraft, I can imagine there's a lot of weirdos on there. People could send their stories in from their experiences of the strange, dark, and mysterious people.
At the entrance, I flicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark as we stepped inside. Charlie's light joined ours, casting shadows against the cave walls. And the cave wasn't deep. It was maybe 30 feet at most, but it narrowed fast. Inside, the air was damp, cold, and smelled of something faintly sour. We advanced carefully, scanning every nook and crevice with our flashlights, and then, about 10 paces in, we saw him. It was Ridgway, sitting with his back to us at the cave's deepest point, and we couldn't see his face, but we knew it was him.
Raymond Ridgway! U.S. Marshals, lay down with your hands behind your back!
I shouted, voice bouncing off the walls. He didn't turn. He didn't even flinch. He simply rocked back and forth, slow and rhythmic, looking like his head was bowed. He was leaner than the photos, but I could see that matted red hair plastered over the back of his head. Charlie's team leader began barking the same sharp, overlapping command as the team's lights remained pinned on the fugitive.
Ridgway! Down! Now!
He yelled while edging closer, but there was still no reaction from this guy. Instead, he just kept rocking back and forth like he couldn't hear us over the noise inside his own head. The deputy to my left, this guy named Taurus, moved forward, allowing his rifle to hang from its sling, and then reached to Ridgway.
If this guy turns out to be a monster, I'm gonna be so angry. He better have a fucking bomb on him. Jelk or edge chat? It's hard to say sometimes. Some Herobrine stories. We're getting there. We have to stay unique. We're gonna have to expand outwards. Have we done any SCP stories? I have on bonus content. And I guess some of the cops, if you ever listen to the... Well, that's also bonus content. The cops' scary stories is kind of like SCP situations in a weird way. Everyone's a mythic creature in Washington, this is true.
Make sure I'm saying this name right. Taurus. Okay, just Taurus. That's fine. I actually have done Karen horror stories if you look it up on the channel. Or type in Karen Let's Read. The deputy to my left, a guy named Torres, moved forward, allowing his rifle to hang from its sling and then reached for Ridgway's shoulder. "Come on, asshole," he said. "Let's..." But Torres didn't say another word, because the moment he laid a hand on Raymond Ridgway, his body locked up like he'd been hit with a live wire. He gasped, eyes wide, and then collapsed to the ground hard. I remember watching, in complete shock and horror as his arms jerked in spasms, his boots scraping the dirt as spit foamed near the corner of his mouth. Everyone was frozen, weapons still trained on this guy, yet mere moments after Torres hit the floor, Ridgway's body suddenly jerked like he'd been jolted awake, and then his head whipped around. His eyes were wild with confusion as they darted between us. More demands for the fugitive's surrender echoed around the cave at that point, but as this guy realized what was happening, he just smiled. "Down! Hands behind your back!" I snapped, and this time he obeyed, flattening out but with that smile still on his face. We zip-tied him fast, dragged him up as Charlie's medical... Oh, I didn't realize Torres was the one who started... Did I read that wrong? But Torres didn't say another word because the moment he... Oh, okay. His body. Okay, I thought it was Raymond Ridgway's body. Skibbity toilet. Conspiracy theory stories have been done, I'm sure. I guess that would have to be more of like a documentary style thing, and I don't know. The only unfortunate thing about conspiracy theory stuff is that I guess it would just have to come down to the question of how you would go about doing it, you know? And since a lot of that kind of stuff like gets your videos like guaranteed demonetized because obviously they don't want you to talk about certain topics because it would expose it. You can't have people knowing things. I don't know. And then like our definition of like what is or is not, you know, confirmed info can have a lot of variation as well. So I don't know if it would really be worth it. I mean, you could talk about certain ideas that people had and then give their reasoning and then give a counterpoint or something so it makes it look like you're not biased towards it or whatever. That might be a good approach. I guess that's kind of like what the Y-Files does. Like at the end of the, they sort of present it as if though it's fact, and then towards the end they kind of bring in the questions or whatever, and I think that's a pretty cool way to do it. Do you listen to other storytellers, Mr. Ball and Luke Lamana? I never heard of Luke Lamana. Is he a new person? Look at that, guys. You guys could be the next guy who tells the stories. Oh, oh, is that what he's from? Redacted. Oh, he's from Wartime Stories. Yeah, he works with Mr. Ballin on the Redacted channel and stuff. Yeah, he's awesome. Guess I've never really knew his name. He's got cool art that goes along with it too, which is sweet. Kind of wish I could do that. See, is this how I should be titling my videos? Encounters with 3 of the most deadly predators, you know, like, I don't know. That seems like a smart way to like title like these 3 stories will make you shit or whatever. If you even look for this, it might kill you. The curse. So that's I feel like that's what your titles and thumbnails should be. Like I know that I do the 3 true scary poopity hoppity doos, but I feel like I need to figure out how to make like the title and the thumbnail kind of coalesce to create like a story, you know what I mean? You want to start a channel where you tell your stories from your time in Hollywood? Yeah, what? I don't remember you ever talking about that. What did you do in Hollywood? do the poop one. Some of us need it. What poop one? Like the brown note? Baby Shark and Baby Gronk stories. Mr. Ballin and Luke did a ghost hunt with Ryan and Expo Nick Crawley. Very cool. Oh, that's sick. That's like the ultimate collab right there, going out. Dude, that would be, I don't know how scared I would be at a ghost hunt, honestly. It'd be tough to keep my cool. 2 girls, 1 cup story. Imagine if it was 4 girls, 58 cups. I worked in film animation. My sister has better stories from her time in the music biz. Film animation, that's cool. What yeah, can you share anything with us, or is it just if it's too personal, it's whatever. I'm honestly more curious about like the film and animation, like what kind of experience did you get there? All those guys run a production company together, Mr. Ballin, Expo, Nick Crawley. That's right, yes, with Ballin Studios. It's pretty awesome. The empire has begun. He had multiple channels. He had a harmonica channel years ago. That's fun. Wonder how many booms the Rizzler would give 2 girls 1 cup. Like tie him up and tape his eyelids open and force him to watch it. Give it 5 booms. Give it 5 booms. And he's just like throwing up. Another great podcast is Downrange. It's hosted by a former SEAL and former Army Ranger. Soldiers have done some pretty incredible stuff, share their life stories. Yeah, this shit's crazy. Diddy horror stories. Now that wouldn't be bad, like sharing people's personal accounts with their experiences with the Dizzler. What's up, Queen? How am I? I'm great, honestly. I'm in a classic mood. The perfect mood. We zip-tied him fast, dragging him up as Charlie's medic rushed over to Torres. He was out cold, breathing shallow with his pulse racing. The medic said that it looked like some kind of seizure, but there was a chance that it could be worse. Charlie's chopper was inbound within 20 minutes. Rotors were thumping through the clouds. I don't know. Maybe we just don't have the descriptors. Sometimes I feel like in a direct military kind of story, descriptors almost like make it feel less tactical. How old am I? You gotta guess. You gotta take a wild guess. It doesn't even matter. I'm 34. I'll be 35 in June. Which is weird to think, man. But at the same time, I don't really care anymore. I've kind of found like an interesting pace in my life at this point. You thought I was 24? No, 10. Add 10 to that. I mean, I know some would say that if you haven't changed since you were 24, it's a bad thing, but I gotta be honest. I'm still the same fucking idiot that I was at 24. Maybe I don't make the same mistakes. Maybe I don't think exactly the same way. Maybe I'm a little bit wiser. But, I sound like I'm 12. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's where my humor pretty much capped out, was middle school. Beyond that, I just don't think anything is funny. It's like poop jokes or nothing. It's just 24/7 skibbity toilet videos running in my head all the time. "34 is such an interesting age. Some people have kids and married, others are still wild. Acting like they're still the same as 24. I don't know, yeah, I mean, the human is as the human does, you know what I mean? Like, whatever that means. It's just, what do you, like, at the end of the day, what do you really expect from another human being and how they should act or what they should be like? Like, we're just silly, goofy monkey people, you know? You know, most of our development really just comes from the fact that we, like, go through schooling systems. I mean, some dude who would be, I guess, live in the forest would act like a wolf all the time if he was raised by wolves, so I can't really expect much from all of us. What's up, Scars? We really are just a flock of silly geese. I expect nothing and no one should expect anything from me in return. It's true. I mean, there are times where I see people who are older and, you know, and that's the funny thing is, like, when you're a teenager and you see someone, you're like, what the fuck? That guy's like an unk, you know, that guy's 22. He's fucking old. Like, why is he doing that, you know? But then you're 22 and then you see someone and you're like, dude, that guy's like almost 30. Like, get the fuck out. And then you turn 30 and you're like, okay, fucking boomer. Like, the guy's like 40 years old. Why is it? So it just keeps going like that until you're like 40 or 50 and you just call people like old coots. And then you just disregard any of their perspective. I don't know. Eventually you just have to come to the realization that your personality pretty much stopped developing at like whatever fucking age. And your brain is what it is. I mean, you can still challenge yourself and become better as a person, but, you know, it's not going to get, you're not going to have great advances until you have the great advance, you know. But that great advance is only going to come from your own decisions. Age is very interesting. I feel like I missed out a lot of my teenage growing up disabled and being told that there was no cure. Thankfully, a lie, and I think that's mentally kept me pretty young. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just depends on what social stimulus you have. Like, if you've been existent online most of one's life, like, you're going to be connected to that centralized, you know, youth-style culture that sometimes I feel like I've been confined to within, like, being a YouTube content creator for the past decade, having existing essentially, not necessarily terminally online, but very frequently online. You know, a lot of my humor is shaped based on the same memes that other people might consume within that age bracket as well. So, but at the same, you know, at the end of the day, like, it is what it is. Like, we're never gonna be some fucking like intelligent Freudian, you know, articulate beast of a writer or something. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you just aren't going to be that, and you just simply are who you are. I mean, some of the funniest comedians that you see now that are 40 right now, they probably were that funny and that type of personality at 21. Like, quite literally, that's who they were and continue to be. And maybe they're a little bit nicer to people because they don't have the energy to be rude or mean anymore, and that's their level of maturity. But it's like everything in life is exponential growth until you taper out. And then unless you like really have some big experiences to change who you are and what you perceive a reality as, you're pretty much going to be the same thing, riding it out till death. I mean, even like, I know this sounds really bad to say, and it is, but sometimes I watch like World War II shit, like World War II soldiers, and they're like sitting there talking about their experiences back in the day. And I always was thinking it'd be like the meanest but also funniest thing to be like, Jesus Christ, you're still talking about that? You're fucking 85. That shit happened when you were 18. Move on. But obviously that was a pretty important thing. But it's like, there are these certain things in your life that shape essentially who you are as a human forever, and you probably, your mental is going to kind of like orbit around that if it's kind of like the biggest celestial body in your solar system of a mind, you know what I mean? Elderly people get stuck in the past. Yeah, but I think it's a good thing too. Like, I think it's good to allow older people to kind of like reflect upon their youth and enjoy it and just appreciate it. Because, I mean, you think they should like be stoked about the fucking banana pudding at the nursing home? Or like the lady, you know, the random lady who doesn't speak English that like beats him and like wipes his asshole every day? Probably not, you know? It's just not. You just let old people exist where they want to exist. And that nurse was me, by the way. It's not that I couldn't speak English, it's that I just chose, I would talk in like a weird garbledy-goop alien language to pretend like I was not from around there. I'd be like, and then I would beat him with a stick and get my one poop rag ready to go. Ohio at 3 a.m. will totally be a horror story by 2035. Joel will be reading these. This is true. What type of stick? I think it was bamboo. It kind of like really cuts through the wind, but it doesn't leave, marks for the family to see. I'm joking. We'll be the same when we're old talking about memes. Exactly. There's some, like, I see that with my friends since I'm, 34. I see friends who we graduated in 2008 and shit, and of high school, and into 2008 to 12. Like, those were very important adolescent periods of our life where we developed our humor and what we kind of found foundationally interesting as far as entertainment goes and all that. And I see a lot of them, because they don't really exist online, as not necessarily an arrested development, but their references and stuff that they say all kind of originate from back in that time frame. Talking about Schwittisch 5. We're going to do a Schwittisch 5, and it's both cringe, but it's also very endearing, because that was important to them at one point, that level of silly, random type humor, and that's totally fine. What about the blue waffle or one jar horror stories? We'll see what we can find. Charlie's chopper was inbound within 20 minutes. Torres got strapped to a stretcher, still unconscious, and was lifted out with the medic. And Ridgway went next. He was cuffed and staring blankly as we loaded him up, but still, he burped. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't what? Life is getting better as I get older. Lots of adventures and experiences. You will change and grow whether you like it or not. True. Honestly, it's as you get older, the tough part is realizing that, like, you don't really have a rigid, structure to your existence outside of probably your job. And, it's up to your own internalized creativity on what you want to make your life out to be and how you want to grow. I do get kind of annoyed at people who think because they're super well traveled that they're therefore well cultured and therefore somehow more wise than the 85-year-old coot who's lived in the same town for 200 years, you know what I mean? It's just because at the same time, that same 200-year-old coot that they grew up around who's been stuck there that they passed judgment on, for some reason they'll go to the, isolated tribe in the Amazon and say that tribe is filled with wisdom or something. It's just I don't know. I think we as people just sort of have this innate bias towards our own, village. And I find that kind of strange because that's, out of all the places to find a sense of identity, it probably would be at home, Oh, please don't blue waffle. How come, dude? That was my next thing. What's my favorite food? Just a big pile of goop, you know what I mean? Just rice and slop and chicken and sauces. Just mix that shit together and... Oh, honestly, burritos in that situation. Put it into a burrito and let me just hold that mash of gloob. I love it. Yeah, gruel. Put gruel in a burrito with some sauce and I will eat it. But I do like lasagna too. We expect the grass to be greener in someone else's yard. Yeah, exactly. I mean, what... Honestly, the things we're probably looking for are the things we feel like we need to heal from. It's probably just the perspective deep within inside of us, that just needs to change. And maybe sometimes traveling does help give you that perspective for sure. I won't knock that at all. But it doesn't mean that it can't be found, inside of you right now. Torres got strapped to a stretcher, still unconscious, and was lifted out with the medic, and Ridgway went next. He was cuffed and just staring blankly as we loaded him up, but still, he looked like he was smiling. We cleared the cave, and the job was done. But the dead birds and the spasms, the unanswered questions hung over us as we hiked back down those slopes. We linked up with the other teams and debriefed at Winthrop. We linked up with the other teams and debriefed at Winthrop by nightfall, and we had questions, but the dead animals took a back seat to Tora's condition. We were told that medics had to put him in a coma to stop the seizures, and he didn't wake up for a week, but when he did, he remembered nothing. Poseidon. Is that how we say it? Poseidon? Last thing in his head was driving out to Poseidon. Okay. What the fuck? What do you guys think happened to the guy? If the birds were dead, do you think it's like a gas leak or something inside the cave? Because sometimes caves do have like gas leaks, but... Well, that would make sense, I guess, because like if it was... Well... If Taurus got closer, he had to go deeper into the cave a little bit. Unless he had like maybe a dart. Maybe he had like some type of dart he was shooting all the birds with. I don't know. Dark web or the Guinness teacher horror stories a crazy lady deserves. Wait, what teacher stories? It was when he touched Ridgeway. Right, yeah, what the heck happened? Yeah, there could be radioactivity, that's true too. You just think like if they went up and cuffed him or whatever, that they also would be affected by whatever was present, or I don't know, maybe sprayed something in his face. I guess they'd be able to, maybe they could do a toxicology, but I guess, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess the radioactivity would take quite a bit. We were told the medics had to put him in a coma to stop the seizures, and he didn't wake up for a week, but when he did, he remembered nothing. The last thing in his head was driving out to Poseidon. I gotta make sure I get this right. I don't know how... My memory is... It's not terrible, but it's not great. How's my cat? He's good. He's not here right now. But he was doing quite well earlier. I saw a cave with having 0 oxygen. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Get complete if there was, I don't know, like shifting of water or something like that deep within the cave. You know how people say sometimes that caves kind of like breathe? I assume that's like the shifting of water, like displacing a lot of the air. So I could see if there was a lot of displacement of that water or some sort of cave-in or something, it could like rob an area of oxygen. It's probably a dragon, you're right. There she blows. I saw Tom Scott video about a cave system in Germany. I think they were using radioactive treatment, and the controversy of whether it's ethical or not was super interesting. Radioactive treatment, interesting. What do they do with that? Just throw you into a cave and they do chemo. That's how Gollum lost all of his hair. Last thing in his head was driving out to Poseidon, and the whole raid had been wiped clean from his memory. Ridgeway was in custody, locked up in pending trial, but he refused to talk. He just sat there in his cell, rocking back and forth, just like he'd done up in that cave. And after the raid, the dead birds and Taurus collapsed gradually. Oh, it's a separate, sorry. And after the raid, the dead birds and Taurus's collapse gradually faded into the background noise of the case. The warrant execution report barely mentioned the birds, and they were relegated. Sorry, Jesus. The warrant execution report barely mentioned the birds, and they were relegated to a single line buried in the details. Numerous deceased wildlife observed near suspect's location, likely killed for food. Investigators shrugged it off. They said Ridgeway must have been hunting them. No one bothered to test the bodies for toxins or disease, and there were no autopsies or samples. It was all too much hassle for a side note, and with Ridgeway in cuffs, the focus shifted to building a murder case against him. The birds stayed where they fell, rotting on Osceola Peak, completely forgotten. And Torres' seizures got a similar brush off. The medical report called it a sudden neurological event, either an epileptic fit or a stress-induced collapse. Doctors chalked it up to a 1 in a million fluke that just so happened to hit when he touched Ridgeway. Coincidence, they insisted, nothing more. No link to the cave, the birds, or anything else up there. Torres woke up from his coma after a week with no memory of anything after Winthrop. Torres woke up from his coma after a week with no memory of anything, as I said, and the service gave him desk duty for a while and then he transferred out, and we never heard from him again. Nothing that strange ever crossed my path after that. I definitely went through way worse things, be they shootouts, ambushes, or fugitives who fought to the bitter and bloody end, but nothing which had that same eerie edge to it. No unexplained dead animals piling up, no one dropping into spasms for no reason, just the usual controlled chaos of the job. I've had a long time to process what happened too, almost 40 years in fact, but still, it just gnaws at me. The dead birds, Torres' so-called medical event, Ridgeway rocking like he was somewhere else, none of it adds up, and no one seemed to care enough to make it make sense. I've run it over in my head 100 times, the sour smell in that cave, the way those critters just dropped. I know I should just let it go, but leaving it all unexplained feels like leaving a loaded gun on the table. I don't buy the easy answers, sustenance, sustenance from eating. I was like, what's sustenance? Sustenance. Turn a cave into a doomsday bunker. Yeah, I've always really enjoyed, like if you played the game The Forest, or I guess similar to what we talked about last stream with, what the hell was that movie? The Cabin in the Woods. Just like those very interesting, foresty, like, out in the middle of the wilds. And then deep underground is like a very sterile, like scientific facility of sorts, you know what I mean? It's just fascinating to me, and I feel like there has to be places like that, but it's just a very cool aesthetic, you know what I mean? Like I was thinking it'd be really cool, like you're in some sort of sterile laboratory, but then you have sort of on one side of the glass, you could look out to a large like underground system, and maybe they couldn't see in, or maybe it appears like a rock wall or something, but it's like a two-way mirror, and you could look out into the cave system and just sort of observe the wildlife within. It's like Lost. Yeah, I guess like Lost. I haven't seen much of Lost beyond season 2. You should play Sons of the Forest. I did play it with my friend. The one lame thing about Sons of the Forest was the fact that they told you where all of the story bits were, you know, because that was like part of the whole fun of it. The last one was like, you know, you thought it was just a survival game, but it actually had a very in-depth kind of narrative. But I guess at the same time, you kind of expected it with the second one, so them telling you how to get there and giving you some more direct objectives was fine too. Is that because they didn't expand too much upon the survival elements in the second one, and they leaned more into the narrative, or I don't know. Are we gonna get another gameplay live stream, or too much hassle to be worth it? It's not too much hassle. It's just like I get to the weekends and, you know, people want to do stuff, and you know, it's more just like those Saturdays when I got nothing much going on, and I'm like, well, let's stream a little bit and have some fun. But I do want to, and I feel bad that I'm not like as regimented with that as I am the normal streams, but it is fun. I don't buy the easy answers. Sustenance, coincidence. Something was off up there, and I'll never know what. And that's the part that sticks with me. The loose end that I can't seem to shake, and why that whole thing became one of the most significant incidents of my whole career. It made me realize that the same agencies that protect us from dangerous people also protect us from dangerous truths. It's your world, we just visit and bug you from time. That's true too, I guess, and I appreciate you guys coming to visit me in prison. It's a giant conjugal visit. A conjugal orgy. Sorry. Feet. It's Harp's fault? What's Harp's fault? Mr. Harp himself. Dr. Harp. What about stories about the vegan teacher? She was all over social media. She went viral for eating animals is wrong. Wait. Went viral for her eating animals is wrong. McDonald's song that's crazy lady dessert. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that. Also, as we read these stories, you guys gotta help me think of a name for the title. Because I was initially thinking we go with like deep wood stuff, but it's not necessarily deep woods. And like wilderness is good, but it's almost like maybe too generalized. Unless we could think of like a good title, like these 5 wilderness stories will make you never want to go outside. See, I want to actually kind of want to experiment with like a title like that. And then have like the thumbnail be something similar to the channel you were just telling about with wartime stories and stuff, where it's like scary 3-headed demon or something. I don't know, you know. But I'm also like so terrified to sometimes I wish like YouTube had A/B testing for titles, because they have it for thumbnails. But if they had A/B testing for titles, that would be baller. Because that's honestly, sometimes titles are almost like more important, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know how to do thumbnails anymore. You'll never guess what's inside this cave. Have you ever done narration for any IMR Scary Tale stories? What's IMR? Are my stories real? Yeah. Don't go down the rabbit hole with the vegan teacher. She's crazy. A vegan crazy? Are you kidding me? I've never met a crazy vegan in my life. Deep dark holes. Don't climb inside. Yeah, it's just a picture of a guy like, oh, don't climb inside. She made her dog vegan. See, that's the thing, is like humans are omnivorous, whereas dogs are, you know, they evolved to be carnivorous, kind of like, I mean, they can eat whatever, but like their primary sustenance is going to be from like proteins of animal products and that kind of thing. So it's just, I don't know, you're gonna kill a dog. Unnecessary suffering and cruelty because he can't think of a better way to make food taste is both lazy and crazy. Yeah, but it's also, like, I get it. It's a good, vegans do make a good point about the suffering of animals. But I mean, at the same time, it's like we, as humans, have evolved to hunt and eat animals. And you know, if the ethical argument is that you should go hunting then I understand that too. But at the same time, it's like, I'm not going to get up at the ass crack of dawn and go shoot a bow at a fucking grizzly bear or whatever, or a chicken, you know. And then we've developed these ways of like farming since the dawn of time. Whether you consider, you know, killing them then as like suffering, or free-range chickens and then killing them as suffering, you know, at the end of the day, you're going to be making some meat with it, and our bodies are like predisposed to doing better with animal products, as far as like synthesizing proteins and brain health and all that kind of stuff, hormone production. I'm probably going to keep eating meat no matter how bad someone tries to make me feel about it. And it's not to put them down, because I know where they're coming from and I respect their choice. But you can't control other people, and I can't control you. So that's how it goes, man. Favorite European country? I don't know. I've never been to them. They seem like they're getting worse, I suppose. If I had to go to one, let's think. Where would I go? Where would I go? Maybe Italy or France? Maybe France. Maybe France. France, Italy, Germany, Poland. Spain. I hear, don't all the people from the UK go to Spain all the time for that's like their Florida. Oh yeah, Scandinavian countries. I feel like they get overlooked a lot. Is Scotland? No, that's all UK, so that's not Europe, right? But I do want to go to the UK just to traipse about. 23andMe updated says it's Pennsylvania Dutch, bro. I'll never escape Pennsylvania. It's documented now. You know, they always return to the fold, to the hive. You are officially Amish. I knew it. I could smell it. Yeah, Spain is like the go-to for the UK. That's cool. UK is still Europe. Oh, okay, that's my bad. I feel like, I swear to God, like people have always like corrected me if I ever say the UK is in Europe. People are like, no, it's its own thing. Talk to the Queen. I'm like, all right, I'll talk to her. But first, let me get my Ouija board. I would visit Poland. Someone I care about very much lives there. That's cool. Madrid is wonderful. My name is Cal. I'm a long-time listener. Still storytelling. Yeah, we just get distracted easily, obviously. And we get back into it, and then we get distracted again, then we get back into it, and then we get distracted again. My name's Cal. I'm a long-time listener, and I'm a forestry technician at the Tongass. At the Tongass. Bong, bong, bong. Look that up. Tongass. Okay, cool. Tongass National Forest up in Alaska. Where's Hawk? Hawk can fill us in. Ireland is beautiful. I would like to go to Ireland. Hey, Jackson Todd, how we doing? I love going to Ireland, Scotland, and Norway and my root countries. That's cool. Do the Amish vacation outside of the communities? And I mean, Rumspringa. I think they like meet up with each other or something like that and do like big Amish orgies or something. Like they kind of, like all of their church communities or something, meet up in like distant places, sometimes traveling hours to like have a meet and greet and like see who wants to get married the day after or whatever. The vegan teacher hates Gordon Ramsay because he is not vegan. Also, she made the video disrespecting 9/11, saying that many non-vegans died when the towers collapsed. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, so many of these, like, sort of movements get captured. And what does that sound like to you? It sounds like religion, right? You know, say you were in, like, an Islamic extremist area or something, and then they see 9/11 happen, and they're cheering or happy or whatever, because of the sort of implications of, you know, at least back then, the narrative was like, oh, we've killed the infidels or something of that nature, you know what I mean? But it's like, that's a similar thing, like you're celebrating the death of others in the name of a belief, whatever it is, and it's weird, you know? Like, I get it, like if you genuinely believe the health benefits of it, if you genuinely are opposed to the ethical nature of, like, you know, manufactured farming and all that kind of stuff, do your thing, but don't be weird about it, man. Like, don't be crazy, like, and say you hope the death upon. That was one of the crazy things I remember observing with, like, the, what's his name? The fucking Vegan Gains. You know, like, he's jacked and it's awesome. Like, it looks great. It's just that, like, some of the stuff that he would say in a lot of his videos would, like, talking about, like, babies crying and, like, bashing them into a pulp and that kind of thing. Or just, like, you know, hurting people because they were hurting animals. But I mean, then someone asked me, like, well, would you hurt a tiger or kill a tiger if a tiger was hunting its prey? And he said yes. I was like, okay. I mean, it's kind of built into their instincts for survival in the same way it is for humans. It's just that, like, our brain development has gotten better, so good that we can you know, simulate cheese. This guy with the 2 says, stay cool, cool cat. Thank you, guy. Good to see you. Any extremism sucks unless it's extreme hugs. Extreme snow tubing. To deliberately hurt someone is so different, too, than being happy about accidental tragedies. Yeah, it's quite strange. I don't really know. I don't really follow any of it. Extreme reading. You'll never get that from me because I never do it on this. I never do it during the live streams. I don't even know how to read anymore. She also made a video pretending to talk to God through a banana, trying to get you to go vegan, saying that she was telling you to, what the hell? Yeah, maybe she's, who knows? Maybe she's schizophrenic. I think that's the unfortunate part, is that there's a lot of mentally ill people out there who grasp onto certain, you know, ideologies and movements and associate themselves with it. And then you, instead of just like recognizing very early on that you're talking to a crazy person, you sit there and try to encapsulate their ideologies that they put almost as like a shield in front of them to allow themselves to be crazy. And you sort of engage with that, thinking that you're talking to a normal person and that you'll be able to like break them free of their crazy. But you don't. You don't usually break free crazy unless, I mean, unless they're on drugs and you can get them away from drugs for a long period of time and then their brain actually has time to heal. Most of the time, those people just use that as like a shield. And that there's like a little bit of a misinterpretation of like the linguistics and what you're interacting with. Or maybe she did have a banana phone with God. We have to take that into consideration as well. Hey, Clever, take care. Always good to see you. You love having schizophrenia. Yeah, if it's to your benefit. That charismatic archetype can be so compelling to people looking for guidance and be told what to believe. That's how we get cult leaders. And so, I mean, it's true, yeah. And some people like don't realize early on that this person is just like just lucid enough to like lead, you know, people looking for a leader, looking for, you know, they're vulnerable folks. It's not in any one human's hands to judge another for their decisions about their own bodies, in my opinion. Yeah, you know, it's like you can, at the end of the day, you can think whatever the fuck you want to think, you know, but you also have to realize that you usually don't have a say in anybody else's actions. You can defend yourself against them, like if their action is going to be like them coming at you with a fist or a knife or a pistol, you could run, or you could disarm them. Any more UK stories in the pipeline? Perhaps. Let's look into it. Like I said last time I was here, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Exactly. Egg Snackly. I always thought it'd be funny if there was like a duck, like a cartoon duck, and he's very realistic looking, kind of like that one game, like Duck Simulator, and his name is Egg Snackly. Okay, all of that being said, pertaining to personal freedoms, there will come a day when they tell you to put a brain chip in your head. Don't do it, guys. It's the last bit of humanity we have. Hang on to it. Hang on to it. My name's Cal. I'm a longtime listener, and I'm a forestry technician at the Tongass. I totally forgot how to say Tongass. Huh. Tongass. My name's Cal. I'm a longtime listener and I'm a forestry technician at the Tongass National Forest up in Alaska. I've been out here for 6 years now, and let me tell you, it's made for one heck of a place to work. It's beautiful, brutal, generous, and unforgiving all at the same time. But it's also the only place I've ever experienced genuine, debilitating terror. I didn't set out to be a forestry tech, not originally. But having grown up in northern Minnesota, I spent most of my spare time outdoors. Outdoors. Is Elon evil? I was looking into this earlier, and I realized, and we talked about this before on the channel. So Elon, I looked into Elon's family. I've also looked into Elon's education and his like very odd and abstract connections. And so Elon came from a family. His father owned an emerald mine in South Africa. That emerald mine was gifted to him or given to him through some process, through some very other wealthy people connected to intelligence agencies. And then Elon had like this really weird education where he went from like college to college, and then eventually actually was in a college in Pennsylvania, and somehow ended up at Stanford for like I believe physics and architecture or something like that. And then he dropped out after like 2 days, right? But he was and this was at Stanford University in California, which is also just so happens to be, you know what, fuck it, dude. I'm gonna actually take you guys through what I was reading earlier, and it's fucking weird. It's actually strange. And if it gets me in trouble, then so be it, because sometimes I think it's fun to know shit, and sometimes they don't want you to be knowing and shit, but like actually I like to be knowing. So let's scroll all the way to the top. Let's scroll a little further down. Okay, so let's see here. 1970s, 1990s, foundational R&D. DARPA's grand challenges, early 2000s, were preceded by decades of investment in autonomous navigation, advanced rocketry, AI, machine learning and neural networks, electric vehicle research, DOE and military hybrids, high-energy battery systems for drones and field tech, brain-computer interface research that started all the way back in the 1970s. DARPA's role was to fund high-risk, high-reward projects without concern for profit, essentially developing the deep tech behind self-driving cars, reusable rockets, neural interfaces, satellite networks, AI-human symbiosis. The ideas and prototypes of what would become Tesla, SpaceX, Starlink, and Neuralink were already being explored in the DoD labs and DARPA-funded academic projects. 1990s, early 2000s, DARPA's Grand Challenge in 2004 pushed autonomous vehicles with Stanford and Carnegie Mellon teams, and these teams evolved into Google's self-driving car project, now Waymo, and likely influences Tesla's autopilot engineers. Stanford AI Lab, MIT, and Caltech, all DARPA-linked, where much of the AI, robotics, and propulsion work was happening. Many later, Tesla and SpaceX engineers came from these institutions. In-Q-Tel, the CIA's venture capitalist arm, and NASA Ames starts quietly partnering with private startups to push tech forward outside of government bureaucracy. This stage helps launder tech into the startup so it can later be handed to a figurehead without public awareness of military involvement. Enter Elon and the civilian front. 1995 to 2004, the genesis myth of Elon. Elon leaves Stanford after 2 days in applied physics, no less, right next door to DARPA's core network. Launches Zip2, which was like navigation systems, I forget which area, I think in the California area, sells it, then they starts X.com or PayPal, where Peter Thiel and Palantir ties emerge, Palantir being an In-Q-Tel funded company related to AI. Yeah, and DARPA was behind Facebook. You see Mark Zuckerberg? What was Facebook called before it was called Facebook? So Musk is now the self-made rich and ripe for tech reinvention. Go to 2002, SpaceX founded. SpaceX immediately gets NASA and DoD contracts despite having no launches. This was so interesting to me. So it's like he starts X, he sells that, and he immediately goes into launching fucking rockets? Like, why? In 2005, he wins DARPA's style Commercial Orbital Transportation Services COTS contract, a DARPA-structured initiative, and by 2008, awarded a $1.6 billion NASA contract. Question: who else could fail 3 rocket launches and still get government contracts, unless it was already part of the plan? 2004, Tesla. Musk did not found Tesla. He invested in Martin Eberhard's EV startup and rewrote history later. EV tech was developed by DOE and DARPA and was researching battery plus energy systems since the Cold War. Tesla later received a $465 million loan from the U.S. Department of Energy in 2010 to scale. 2015 to present, Neuralink, Starlink, OpenAI, X.AI. Neuralink overlaps exactly with DARPA's Brain Initiative, 2013. Starlink is a military communication dream, global low-latency satellite grid used by Ukrainian military directly. OpenAI started with friendly AI goals, but now works with DoD on battlefield intelligence systems. Elon's X.AI now promises truth-seeking AI after OpenAI, quote-unquote, betrays him in a sort of classic controlled opposition narrative. The public worship and mythology creation, Elon becomes Tony Stark incarnate. The media elevates his myth from SNL appearances to Times Person of the Year. He says he fears AI and nuclear war, classic controlled fear messaging. He buys Twitter, now X, supposedly to restore free speech, but it becomes a real-time surveillance and PSYOPs lab, and he also is relatively limiting on certain degrees of speech as well. Global rollout and adoption. Now the world is using AI from OpenAI and trusting it, driving, which, I use all the time, driving Tesla cars equipped with cameras and sensors, browsing the internet via Starlink with global data routed through a privatized military-style satellite grid, getting excited about Neuralink, brain chips, and quote-unquote solving depression with technology. All of this was DARPA's dream, now in Elon's hands, meaning public hands, sanitized through a figurehead. So, the interpretation from all of this, and this is all sarcasm, of course, guys, is Elon Musk is not the creator, he is a vehicle, the interface between state tech and civilian adoption. He's the perfect personality, bold, eccentric, rebellious enough to look independent, but aligned enough to be allowed to succeed. He's not the puppet master, but a high-functioning autistic puppet, selected, protected, and deployed to roll out the tech that was always coming. And so, digging more into his education. I am reading, bro. Elon arrives at Stanford for 2 days. Musk begins a PhD in applied physics and materials science, a field directly relevant to battery tech, satellite propulsion, and energy systems. Drops out after 2 days, claiming he wanted to start an internet company. But Stanford in the mid-90s was ground zero for DARPA-funded innovation. Professor Sebastian Thrun later led Google's self-driving car program, worked with DARPA. The birth of Google, Brin and Page, whose PageRank was funded by DARPA/NSA grants. Stanford Research Institute, SRI, was working with DARPA AI and NLP projects. He's right there in the nest, surrounded by people tapped in by In-Q-Tel, the venture capitalist arm of the CIA, and DARPA. Elon's move to Stanford might not have been to study, it may have been to connect with people. He got what he needed in 2 days, contacts. So Zip2, 1996 to 1999, built with Kimball Musk, his brother, funded by angel investors linked to the media and tech elite. Zip2 was a city guide for newspapers, but more importantly, it was Elon's entry point into tech infrastructure and mapping systems, precursor to Tesla and navigation tech. Bought by Compaq, which had military contracts for $307 million. Musk walks away with $22 million. And question, why did a relatively basic web company barely used get such a massive payout? Could it be a soft launch for a rising figure? Curious. X.com/PayPal 1999 to 2002, or 2000, yes. Musk launches X.com, PayPal, an online bank payment system, merges with Peter Thiel's Confinity, which becomes PayPal. Remember, Peter Thiel is Palantir's founder, built with CIA and seed money, In-Q-Tel, which is like this massive AI collation security system. PayPal later integrates encryption and ID systems relevant to biometric verification in fintech surveillance. Elon doesn't build the real product. He merges in and becomes the front man. Elon is ousted as CEO in 2002, erratic, some might say, yet somehow remains a central force. 2002, sudden pivot to aerospace, SpaceX, and here's the very smoking gun moment. Elon takes $100 million from his PayPal sale and decides, seemingly out of nowhere, to build rockets. He claims to be inspired by Mars colonization after a failed trip to buy rockets in Russia. Now wait a minute. A man with no aerospace experience suddenly gets access to NASA engineers, aerospace contractors, and facilities. Now, behind the scenes, Jim Cantrell, a former NASA engineer, joins Elon as a founding team member. Cantrell had deep connections to U.S. defense and space contracting. Mike Griffin, former DARPA/DoD/NASA administrator, becomes an early supporter and helps SpaceX land its first NASA and DoD contracts. In 2005, SpaceX participates in COTS, a public-private partnership modeled after DARPA structure. And from 1999 to 2003, DARPA was pushing responsive space concepts, smaller, quicker to deploy rockets. SpaceX Falcon 1 and Falcon 9 matched DARPA's goals perfectly. So now Elon has the capital, connections, and technical talent for rockets, satellites, and data systems seemingly overnight. Right. 2004, Tesla's involvement begins. Tesla was founded by Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning, engineers working on battery-powered sports cars. Elon did not found Tesla. He invested $6.5 million and took over the board in 2008 after internal disputes. Musk takes over, then rebrands himself as the founder. Meanwhile, DARPA and the Department of Energy were heavily invested in battery systems for the military, EV tech for logistical applications, material science, and rapid prototyping. Tesla becomes the civilian rollout for those battery innovation. Musk again acts as the charismatic visionary, while the core tech was decades in the making. So, Stanford, location, and access to DARPA-linked professors, quick unexplained access to capital, early partnership with people like Peter Thiel, Palantir, and CIA-backed operations, inexplicable transition to rockets and EVs, both of which DARPA has long-standing R&D into, doors open to the highest levels of NASA, DoD, and federal grant programs despite no qualifications. So, to summarize, unknown physics dropout, Elon Musk, is now an overfunded tech founder tied to the CIA-linked financiers and the chosen figurehead of military R&D rollouts. He is the civilian mythmaker for defense tech you were never meant to trust if it came from the Pentagon. Boom. There you go, guys. We solved the puzzle. We figured it out. We made the connections that everything we see on anything is gay and retarded. So don't trust any of it. It's all made up. It's all fake. It's all to get you to put some weird thing in your body. I'm just letting you know. So what is the end game? The end game, but in my estimation, is just what it's always been. It's been surveillance. It's probably going to be surveillance pertaining to some sort of like Bitcoin style, form of currency that's connected to monitoring your biometrics like eye scans, face scans, fingerprints, and then if there's something inside of your body to like monitor other things like blood pressure and feelings and thoughts, and some sort of chip in your brain to make you like feel a certain way or do certain things. I don't know. That just seems to be the most logical manner in which to like ease the population into it. But you need people like Zuckerberg. You need people like Elon, who people seemingly trust. You know what I mean? Who people think are human, but are just not real. They're not real people. Controlling the data and our energy output and censorship, no more free thinking. I mean, it is interesting. I guess it's the question is, what would be the technology behind like putting something in your brain to make you feel a certain way? That's the big question, right? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, I understand a lot of people might sit there and think that, like, a lot of people on the conservative side might perceive that, like, Donald Trump is somehow some sort of outside maverick character, but the way that I see it and the way that I've arrived to it is not necessarily like a left versus right, thing that you would benefit by identifying with. In many ways, the left versus right is still the same type of, like, psyop that exists specifically to, like, divide you, or even if it's existed long ago, it's now been hijacked to essentially control both sides so that the narrative is controlled and then you fight with each other and blah blah blah. And Donald Trump, in my estimation, is more along the lines of obviously has important things to do pertaining to like legislation and funding and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, he's more of a social catalyst, because there are certain things that have occurred that like his social catalysm has pushed things forward. You know what I mean? It's, since Donald Trump was in office, we got more censorship via social media. We got the mass inflate, like the crazy division and one-sidedness of the media on both sides. You got the, families breaking up, friends breaking up, couples, all that kind of stuff, and most of it is just sort of a distraction to kind of prepare people for certain things. Because, when you look at COVID, you have to ask yourself, like, would we have reacted to COVID in such a left versus right type mentality if we weren't socially primed by the media and characters like Donald Trump and that kind of thing? And yes, there are for sure like individuals within the population who are so enraptured by the media narratives that they take a very irrational stance when it comes to communicating their perspectives towards one candidate or another. But that's part of the operation, is literally to like make you feel so emotionally charged when you see a person's face that you can't think straight, that you can't have a conversation, and you can't look or appreciate another human being because of who they voted for or who you perceive them to be in an identity sense. So that's where you have to use your brain and understand your heart and understand that it's all, nonsense. An increase in political talk equals decrease in viewers. Yeah, and I'm sorry. I'm not trying to upset anybody or anything like that. It's when you start to see the patterns, you see the origins of people, you see what's occurring within society. It's like you can't unsee it. You know what I mean? You can't unsee. Like, sure, there would be conspiratorial aspects on both sides, but then if you can somehow look up even further above that and see how ridiculously insane most of it is, I don't know. Why wouldn't they want to control both sides? I mean, it would make the most sense, because then you would be in control of most variables, or at least be able to mitigate the damage for the variables that you may have lost control of. And yeah, I guess it's not even necessarily political talk. It's more, sociological. I find it more interesting that like people kind of fall into those categories of left versus right a lot of the times, because you have to ask yourself psychologically, why do we do that? Because the majority of the time those politicians have no capability of appreciating who we are, because they don't know who we are, nor do they actually ever seem, based on previous any administration, ever have the majority of the population's interest actually in mind, And it's like, and you might sit there and think like, well, some of the population, or like some of the things that were caused by the previous one are now gone, or this and that. But I'm like, yeah, but if you release 1,000 roaches into a house and then somebody comes in and like kills 10 roaches and is like, look guys, I solved the roach problem. It doesn't matter. The roaches exist now and they're like flooding in your house or whatever. Well, not creating a direct parallel to really anything there, but just the concept of like, you create the problem, you kind of pretend like you've solved a little bit of it, but it really didn't solve anything at all. The problem will still exist for a long point afterwards. But yeah, maybe we could do deep dives into, I mean, that wasn't even necessarily like a deep dive, but it definitely begs the question that like every particular type of like CIA funded, DARPA funded project within the tech realm seems to orbit directly around this guy of Elon Musk, At least you can see it there, Instead of sitting there and arguing about how cringe he is when he's playing with spoons at a dinner party or something like that. I think it's more important to look into what he finances or what he's connected to. do with Cybertruck horror stories, yeah. But having grown up in northern Minnesota, I spent most of my spare time outdoors, either fishing or hiking with my dad. He was a logger, and we had the woods right there on our doorstep, so from a very early age I learned stuff like how to spot a healthy tree from a sick one, how to listen to the wind, or how to know when a storm was coming. I liked the quiet of it, how walking in the woods always felt like an adventure, and I always thought it'd be the coolest thing in the world to have a job where that's all you ever did. And after high school, I bounced around poorly paying jobs, but all they did was make me realize that I wanted something which kept me outside, away from cities and noise. I went to community college, got an associate's degree in natural resources, and then landed a seasonal gig with the U.S. Forest Service in Minnesota. Alaska wasn't part of the plan until a buddy from that first job told me about openings in Tongass. I don't know why I keep forgetting how to say Tongass. Tongass. Everyone in the tech world in the Bay Area was totally enamored with Elon. He never seemed very charismatic to me. Well, it's just, it doesn't, yeah, I mean, it's just everything you perceive about anyone within that sort of like elite political spectrum is going to be completely shaped by whatever piece of media you're reading, because you probably haven't met them yourself at a dinner party, right? And you probably haven't had personal time with them in their like limousine going around town to really understand who the person is necessarily, to derive your own perspective. But whatever narrative it is you're reading is probably already pre-constructed, you know? And we have to understand that. Like when we're sitting there like reading about something or hearing about something, like you met them, you hung out with them. I mean, yeah. Well, the point is that I'm trying to make is that I'm not trying to make you like him. I'm just saying that like there was a stepwise process within his rise to meteoric, perception in the wider public. It was very much to paint him out to be this sort of Tesla-esque style, rags to riches guy. You know what I mean? But it seems that there was like some larger purpose there, and now he's shifted more, obviously still within the realm of tech, but now he's being kind of geared more towards like the social division aspects of that larger operation. I went to community college, got an associate's degree in natural resources, and then landed a seasonal gig with the U.S. Forest Service in Minnesota. Alaska wasn't part of the plan until a buddy from that first job told me about openings in the Tongass. He said it was a great deal. Remote, rugged, nothing like the tame forest back home. So I applied, and then when I got the offer, I packed my truck and drove up through Canada. It took me 5 days to reach Ketchikan. Ultimately, I think most people would probably be fun to hang out with for an evening. I personally think it's pretty easy to tell the handful who wouldn't be, and I wonder how much that shapes how they're portrayed in the media. Yeah, I don't know. I guess ultimately it doesn't really matter what their like individual personalities are necessarily to what their actions are on like the larger stage. Because if you are operating as just like a front person for like surveillance tech, you could be the coolest guy ever, you know what I mean, and have fun with people and dab them up and all that kind of shit, but at the end of the day, you're selling your fellow human beings privacy and life to the devil, essentially. Making it easier for the cattle to be tagged. It took me ketchup can. Ketchikan. It took me 5 days to reach Ketchikan, where I caught a float plane to my first posting, and then after seeing the place from the air, I was hooked. The scale of the Tongass blew me away. It's 17 million acres of mountains, temperature rain. It's 17 million acres of mountains and temperate rainforest, bigger than some US states even. I signed on full-time after that first season, and even after the experience I'm about to tell you, I still don't regret coming here. Not entirely, anyway. And out here it's just you and the trees. Sitka spruce, western hemlock, cedar, all that stuff, stretching up 100 feet or more. Their trunks were thick with lots of moss. It's my job to monitor... Oh my god. Hey Veronica, what's up, dude? What about salad fingers or Cybertruck? Yeah, I don't know, man. We will have to put it on the list. The grocery list. Where in California is Tongass? I think it's in Alaska? Or maybe... I have no idea. I thought they were talking about Alaska. What's been the toughest story for you to read through? Any favorites? Toughest? Yeah, I guess like the hardest ones are just... Like, remember that Albert Fish, or whatever his name is, story? Just very fucked up. Oh, Canada, sorry. Read that wrong. Tongass, I don't know. Any stories of my own? This one's my story. This is what I wrote up when I was a tree tech. It's my job to monitor timber stands, check for disease, mark trees for harvest, and wait, oops. I missed a thing. Well, I do conspiracy videos. I don't think I'll do them like outright, because you can see it's sort of like there was like 50 people that left when I was going through. And granted, maybe that part was boring, but I just think maybe sometimes it's a little too divisionary, especially if I haven't really built my brand around that specifically. Out here, it's just you and the trees. All the spruce, hemlock, cedar, all stretching up for hundreds of feet. God damn it, man. All stretching up 100 trunks. All stretching up 100 feet or more. It's my job to monitor timber stands, check for disease, mark trees for harvest, and sometimes just walk the trails to make sure everything's holding together. I've got a little cabin near the ranger station. Nothing fancy, but it's mine. And then after a day in the field, I'll sit on the porch with a beer and watch the mist just roll in off the water. It's a good life, with the kind of peace that you can't find anywhere else. What I hate, though, is the weather. It rains around 200 days a year in the Tongass, and not just a little light drizzle either. The drops come down in sheets, cold and relentless, meaning that you're almost constantly soaked through during the wetter months, no matter how waterproof your gear claims to be. And winters are worse. Short days, long nights, and the wind absolutely cuts you. But then there's also the isolation. I don't mind being alone, but weeks go by without seeing another person, and that really does wear on you. The nearest town's a boat ride away, and even then it's just a handful of stores and bars and a bar. Shannon McLean with the 5s. Is there any stories that affect you the way you live your daily life or go about certain tasks? I just gotta look over my shoulder for evil Larry. I don't know. I mean, a little bit. I realize that you shouldn't... Like, if someone's gonna be crazy, don't
go into a situation thinking that you can defeat them, I guess. Or that you even really need to have a conflict with like a strange random person, like at all. Because you never know when that strange random person might, 1, find you later, 2, shoot you right now or stab you, 3, harm you really in any way. So I guess these stories have just told me to like avoid most real life conflict at all costs if possible, you know. Do the creepy stalker emails you get ever make you really question your safety? I mean, I guess not necessarily, because I, you know, worst case scenario, I conceal carry, so if I need to defend myself, I will, you know. And I will defend others, you know. It's the freedom that I have been given. Whoever that was talking about Albert Fish, don't forget he also enjoyed Spank. Oh man, yeah, that shit was fucked. Don't fight crazy, match it, you might get away. What's the chance of 2 serial killers in the same place, right? Yeah. Never buy anything off Craigslist. But have you tried Greg's List? I don't mind being alone, but weeks can go by without seeing another person, and that wears on you. The nearest town's a boat ride away, and even then, it's just a handful of stores and 1 bar. Sometimes I'll catch myself talking to myself just to hear a voice, and as much as that concerns me, the isolation isn't even as close to the worst part of being out here. It was late August of last year, and although the days were starting to shrink, it was still light out. God damn it, I cannot read worth shit. You never know when the random person will rub their own butt mud on your vehicle. That's true. I would rather have that when I'm not around than... I did have a stupid thing today where it was like, I was just like driving past like this residential area, but like the parking area, or like the parking along the side of where cars go through and the parallel parking spots are just like really close to the driving. And I'm going at like normal speed, but like some absolute dildo dude was like, for some reason, like sticking his body like way back to imply that he was gonna like jump in front of my vehicle. So like as I went by, I just like held up my, you know, it was very casual. I thought he was trying to be funny, so I was trying to be funny too. Like I just held up my middle finger, like, yeah, fuck you, stinker nuts, you know. But then as I did that, he just like, I see him in the rear view, just like so angry, like fuck you, you know. So he might have been schizo, but he had a nice car. So I don't fucking know. People were so weird, man. Sometimes I'll catch myself talking to myself just to hear a voice, and as much as that concerns me, the isolation isn't even close to the worst part of being out here. It was late August of last year, and although the days were starting to shrink, it was still light out past 8 p.m. I was out on a routine survey around 12 miles north of the ranger station, deep in a section of old-growth forest that hadn't been seen any... DBZ! Welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Yeah, all the weirdos are in chat. Perfect. What kind of hairstyle do I have? I'm a nonchalant dreadhead. Nonchalant dreadhead mullet. That'd actually be a good style, like like dreads, but it's like a mullet. Lori Rice, welcome to the Buttersock Cult as well. I was out on a routine survey around 12 miles north of the ranger station, deep in a section of old-growth forest that hadn't seen any logging in years.
The terrain up there can get real tough, with steep slopes, thick underbrush, and streams cutting through just about everywhere, which makes the ground incredibly uneven. I've been out since dawn, marking trees and taking soil samples, and I was exhausted. My pack was heavy with gear and my boots were caked with mud, so I figured that I'd finish up by a little creek that I knew, where I could eat a sandwich, wash off my boots, and then head back to the station before dark. I remember sitting on a fallen log by the creek, unwrapping my food with my head in the clouds, when a sudden sound brought me straight back down to the earth with a very I'm getting bricked up. Unfortunately, I actually have a dreadhead mole. It's not because I wanted it, it's because I abused substances. Scratched the hair out of the top of my head. Oh, sorry, I'm not trying to laugh there. It's just... It's cool, though. I mean, if it works, it works. It could look like a character from, like, The Matrix or something. What's my favorite breakfast? Oh, fuck. Oh, they're all so good. I love breakfast so much, man. Just like a big, like, fucking whatever, like, a lumberjack eats. Like, just give me that. Even though I don't eat it often because it's a lot of sugar. But, I want it. I want it in my stomach. I want it in my mouth, in and or around my mouth. Pancakes? Dunky Donies, yeah. I remember sitting on a fallen log by the creek, unwrapping my food with my head in the clouds, when a sudden sound brought me straight back down to earth. At first I thought it was a bear, and as much as they can be a threat, you get used to them out there. They're mostly black bears, sometimes browns, and they tend to move quiet and not bother anyone unless they're startled. But this wasn't quiet. It was a heavy, deliberate sound, like something massive pushing through the woods. Whole branches sounded like they were snapping. Very thick one, too. Very thick ones, too, not just twigs. And I froze, my sandwich halfway to my mouth, and just listened. The noise was coming from maybe 50 yards upstream, hidden by a cluster of spruce and ferns, and I couldn't see anything, but I could hear it clear as day. Something crunching and thudding, moving slow but steady. I roughly rewrapped my sandwich and grabbed my bear spray as fast as I could, planning on scaring it off if it got too close. Bears usually bolt when you yell, so the first thing I did was stand up and shout, "You didn't smell me yet, Mama Bear." But the sound didn't stop. If anything, it got louder and closer, and I very quickly realized this wasn't a bear. I've heard bears move. Bear moves. Oh, Hawk, this takes place in Alaska. I've heard bears move, dozens of them over the years, but this was different. It was deeper, heavier, and the rhythm was off too. It wasn't the rolling gait of a four-legged animal. It was more like something upright, something that didn't care about being quiet. When the thought occurred to me... God damn it, man. When the thought occurred to me that I wasn't dealing with your average bear, I remember how my stomach dropped. I backed up a step, scanning the woods. The creek was behind me and the ground crunched beneath my feet, but all I could focus on was that... The creek was going behind me, and the crowd of... Holy shit, dude, I'm like getting like more and more dyslexic as fucking time goes on. I backed up a step, scanning the woods. Now the creek was gurgling behind me and the ground was moving beneath my feet, but all I could focus on was that sound. This snap, thud. Snap, thud. It was maybe 70 yards away now, still out of sight, so I yelled again, louder that time, saying, "Hey, get the hell out of here." I didn't get anything in response. No growl, no huff, no sign it even heard me, just that steady, unstoppable movement. My heart was thumping in my chest and my hands were shaking so bad that I almost dropped the spray. I've been around wild animals my whole career. Moose, wolves, even a pissed-off mountain lion once in Minnesota, but nothing ever felt like that. And then, the smell hit me. It wasn't like anything I'd smelled before. No bear musk, no wet fur, not even rot. It was sharp, almost metallic, mixed with something sour, like sweat gone bad. And when it rolled over me with the breeze, I gagged. And that's when the panic started to really rise in my chest. I couldn't see it, but I knew that it was big. Say onomatopoeia, 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 onomatopoeia. I don't want to pee. I don't want to pee. I don't want to pee. Not dyslexic. Well, yeah, but whenever I'm like worried, because I can't really make mistakes in my recordings. I mean, I can, but they can't be as pronounced. But when I'm just if I just read through this without worrying about mistakes, you might not even notice that I make mistakes. But if I don't get it perfect while recording, I 100% have to stop, and it's annoying as shit. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was big. Too big. A moose might snap branches, but they're clumsy. They're loud in a different way. This sounded almost controlled. I grabbed my pack and started backing down the trail, keeping my eyes on the trees upstream, and the noise kept coming. Closer now, maybe 30 to 40 yards at the most. I couldn't tell if it was following me or just moving parallel, but it didn't stop. And so I turned and ran. I'm not proud of it, but I bolted down that trail like a kid scared of the dark, and I didn't stop until I'd put a good half-mile between me and the creek. When I finally slowed, gasping for air, the sound was gone. No snaps or thuds, just the usual hum of the forest. I stood there, bent over with my hands on my knees trying to make sense of everything. What the hell was that? It wasn't a bear. Too big and too steady. A person, maybe. But that's not a chance. Not out there, not that deep. I'd have seen tracks, heard a voice or something. But there was nothing but that noise and that smell. I made it back to that station after dark, rattled and soaked with sweat, and I tried to calm myself down, but I could only do so before my mind started racing again. I barely slept that night. Every creak of the cabin had me sitting up and listening, and then as I tried to go back to sleep, I kept replaying what had happened in my head, trying to figure out what I'd heard. The size of it didn't add up. Bears don't move like that, like I said. And by morning, I was half convinced I'd imagined everything. Maybe I'd been out too long, gotten dehydrated, and just let my mind play tricks. But I could still hear those snaps and feel that faint tremor in the ground. It was real. I knew it. And a couple of days later, I told Jim, one of the other techs. He's been in the Tongass area. Applesauce in place of the egg? Nah, man. You gotta keep the egg. Just do both. Oh, that actually, I wonder if that would be good. Imagine if you made eggs with applesauce in it. Would that be gross? No more astronaut? I could switch to the astronaut. I don't even know if I have a background. Do I even have one? It's Krampus, but I guess it's March. It's springtime, right? I can't be doing Krampus anymore. It's a good point. Properties. Would I even be able to find anything? Krampus loop. Christmas. Halloween. We could do a Wendigo Wendigo loop. Which one would we use? Space station. No. I guess we can. Wait, no. Wait, which one even is this? That's a loop? Oh my god. Dude, when did we even make this one? Did I ever use this one? Let me test a thing real quick. Damn it. Put it up there, I guess. Huh. That's cool. I can't click off of it. Alright, shit. You having a video? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Well, that's the thing that he was seeing out in the woods. Need like rain to go with it or something like that. Did you lose dead astronaut underwater with TV? I don't think so. I just can't quite remember where it's at right now to like get it. Alright, I've been... A couple of days later, I told Jim, one of the other techs. He's been in the Tongass way longer than me, a grizzled veteran who's seen it all. Storms, bear attacks, lost hikers, you name it, Jim's got the t-shirt. We were at the station, splitting wood for the stove, and I just blurted out, I heard something out there, Jim. Something big. Bigger than it should have been. And I told him the whole story. The sound, the smell, how it seemed to react. And I told him the whole story. The sound, the smell, how it didn't seem to react to anything I yelled. He listened, quiet at first, chopping away at his logs, and when I finished, he set the axe down and turned to me with a very stern look on his face. And it wasn't just disbelief or curiosity. It was almost pity, mixed with something nervous, like he thought I was losing it. He asked if I was sure that I wasn't hearing things, and said long days did that to a man. I said maybe, but I couldn't tell he didn't. I said maybe, but I could tell he didn't buy it. He kept glancing at me after that, like he was waiting for me to crack. I forced a laugh and then told him maybe I was just overtired. He nodded, but the look didn't go away. And that's when I decided to shut up about it. No point in making people think that I'm nuts. And I tried telling myself that it was nothing. Overwork, imagination, whatever. But I can't lie to myself. I just can't. I haven't gone anywhere near that creek since. I stick to the trails closer to the station now, and it's just easier that way. The job's still the same. The rain, the trees, the endless quiet, but something's different now. I catch myself listening harder, waiting to hear that sound again, and I haven't heard it since, and I hope I never do. But obviously I'll never forget it either. Whatever it was, I think that it's still out there, moving through those woods, and although I can't stop myself from thinking about it, I'm not sure I want to know what it is. Making waffle cone Belgian waffles are the best next to old school waffle. That sounds yummy. Do I speak any other languages? I don't, but I think YouTube was thinking of integrating something where like they can have AI emulate your voice in like another language at some point, so that would be kind of sick at some point to like, I don't know, get a huge influx of viewers from other countries like that speak Spanish and Portuguese and shit like that. I need something to keep me company. I've had a hard couple of days. No worries. Good to see you. What's up? And there's Gem Dog. What's up, Jemmy? You genuinely thought I spoke Spanish? Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I'm Japanese. Oh. Fuck, dude. Oh. Hey, Preebles, take care. So this was the late summer of 1992, and I'm convinced my girlfriend Sarah... So this was the late summer in 1992, and I'd convinced my girlfriend Sarah to join me for a hike through the wilderness area up near Mount Rainier. We'd been dating for about a year, and she wasn't exactly the outdoorsy type, but she humored me. And the plan was simple. A day hike, maybe a 6 or 7 mile round trip, through a dense stretch of forest that I'd read about in a guidebook. We packed light, just water, a couple of sandwiches, and a map, and then hit the trail just after sunrise. It started off easy, a dirt path cutting through towering trees. The air was cool, the sky was clear, and the forest was quiet except for... The air was cool and the sky was clear, and the forest was quiet except for us walking and the occasional chirp of a bird. We didn't talk much at first, just walked side by side, setting into the rhythm of it. And about an hour in, the trail got rougher. It narrowed, winding deeper into the woods where the trees grew closer together, and we crossed a small creek, stepping on some slick stones to keep our feet dry, and... Wait, what? Oh, like on the stones. Okay. I'm gonna finish my homework before midnight, going to bed and getting early start in the morning. Yeah, it's probably for the best. Just gotta make sure you get up. The Alaskan bullworm. That's probably what was in the last story. I should have stuck around to find out. Oh, applesauce cake. That sounds nice. It narrowed, winding deeper into the woods where the trees grew closer together, and we crossed a small creek, stepping on slick stones to keep our feet dry, and I held Sarah's hand to steady her. She laughed when we almost slipped, this very quick, nervous sound that we joked about afterwards. She laughed when she almost slipped, a quick, nervous sound that we joked about afterwards, and it was a huge relief to see her start to enjoy herself. Then, around noon, we stopped for a break, sitting on a fallen log to eat our sandwiches. After lunch, the trail climbed this very gentle slope and the woods opened up a little bit with fewer trees and more underbrush. We'd been walking maybe 3 or 4 hours total when Sarah started lagging behind. I slowed down, waiting for her to catch up. She gave me this kind of defiant look, like she wouldn't admit that she was tired, and I just smiled and told her that we'd turn back, and then, seconds later, she saw it. We were maybe 10 yards apart, me up ahead, her trailing behind when she stopped dead. I didn't notice at first, but just kept walking, and then I heard her voice, sharp and low, barely above a whisper. Oh my God. I turned around, afraid about... Making you tired? That is my job, dog. Crisscross applesauce cake. My favorite cake. Joel, you're fantastic, but you should let go of the folks you read about. Wait, what? Joel, you're fantastic, but you should let go of the folks you read about. What do you mean, read about? Let go of... What am I letting go of? I think after every story I read, I kind of just like immediately forget about them. Yeah, everybody who sends in a story, I get their soul. I keep it in a little jar. I turned around, afraid that I was about to see her pointing at a bear or maybe a snake or something, because she was frozen, staring off to her left with the color having drained from her face. I followed her gaze, and my jaw dropped. There, about 20 feet off the trail, was a tree. It was a big one, maybe 3 feet thick, and halfway up its trunk, at around chest height, was a deer. It wasn't just any deer either. It was a full-grown buck, antlers and all, and its body was just stuck in the tree. The front half hung out on one side. Maybe do something with spiritualism where you're a chimney or something. Yeah, I don't think anything you've said so far makes any sense to my mind. Maybe are you like just typing schizo stuff to be funny? Which is fine. I don't mind it. Did you know Enter Sandman was almost called Enter Night? The lyrics were rewritten last minute, making it one of the Metallica's most iconic tracks. Want more metal facts? Join us inside the sound. Are you spam? No, not at all. Sorry if it seems goofy. It's not that it seems goofy, I just don't understand what you're saying. I just need, because you said, what did you say? You said, you're fantastic, but you should let go of the folks you read about. Like, do you mean the folks in the story? And then, what am I letting go of them? And then maybe do something with spiritualism where you're a chimney. Like, I'm the chimney? Is something burning, and is my metabolic system so strong that smoke will bellow out of me? Do more 411 cases. I like the mystery around them. Yeah, potentially down the road. The last one didn't do very well, and I don't really know why. Goofy, dude. Okay, man. I don't know what you're saying. You are goofy. What's actually frightened me the most? I don't know, dude. Just the dark, scary, dark stuff. Honestly, it's just like until you're like in a situation, like none of it's scary. Like reading stuff, to me, is just not scary, you know? But then the second that it's dark in my room by myself, I'm just like, I piss my pants. What do you think happens in the 411 stories? To be honest with you, I don't really think there's much connection between all of them. Yeah, I don't think there's much connection between all of them, to be honest with you. Like, some people try to create a paranormal connection, but I don't really see it from what we've read, to be honest. I think it's just missing people. Obviously, you're supposed to tell everyone stories, but you're not supposed to keep it. What, like in an archive? Or do you mean like deep within, are you talking metaphorically? Like deep within my soul, I am hanging on to the pain of all those around me or something? What about doing a channel on conspiracy stuff? I don't know. I guess I don't really care that much, and honestly, it's probably not going to get monetized, because anytime you think outside of whatever the TV says, you're a bad person to every dipshit ever. One of the stories you read actually did freak me out really bad for you, dude. I was going to tell you which one. Not that you care. I do care. Tell me. Wart. Bruh, what are we broing about? My soul needs cleansing? Oh my god. Do it then. Cleanse me, for fudge's sake. Get it over with. I'm sick of being dirty. Not to promote another channel, but the Lore Lodge gets in depth with 411 stuff, but it's different vibe here. That's cool. Yeah, no worries. If you, yeah, I don't mind promotional stuff. Do you believe the stories you read? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, they sound cool, I guess. I just don't really hang around, you know? The front half hung out one side, head kind of hanging down, eyes glassy and just blank, while the back half stuck out the other side, its hind legs dangling limp. And just to make this 100% clear, it wasn't hanging from a branch or caught in a fork. It was inside the tree, like embedded in it, almost like the trunk had grown around it. I took a step closer, but Sarah grabbed my arm so tight it hurt a little. "What the hell is that?" she said, her voice shaky. I didn't answer because I didn't know. The tree definitely wasn't broken in any way, and there was no splintered bark, no jagged edges where the deer's body met the trunk, and the wood looked smooth, untouched and natural, like it had grown that way. But that was impossible. Trees don't grow around something that fast, and this deer wasn't some ancient skeleton. It looked fresh, barely starting to rot. There were a couple of flies buzzing around its head, but that was it. No stench, no maggots. There was no blood, no torn flesh, nothing to suggest violence. It was just there, almost fused with the wood in a way that made exactly 0 sense to me and Sarah. Sarah stayed there where she was. Her grip was tightening around my arm. "I don't like this," she said. But I felt this pull, this need to figure this out. And so I took a step closer, and then another, until I was close enough to touch the tree if I wanted. Something about it made my skin crawl, though, even as my brain kept prodding at it, trying to rationalize what I was saying. With the missing 411 stuff, a lot of the disappearances actually link up with the biggest subterranean cave systems. Would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I guess so. I remember, wasn't there something with Ted Bundy and those like underground cave systems and stuff? People were spiced today. Mercurius and Gatorade are kind of a bummer, missing people with no explanation. Personally, I'm not super into that. I like a good wrapped up story with an ending. Yeah. I know, that's kind of true actually. Like some of the missing 411 stuff like because it doesn't have an outcome. It's almost like it's like an episode of Lost, you know, where they've come up with a new, you know, crazy thing that's happening, a new plot point, but then you never figure out what's going on, which is still Lost, I guess, right? Yeah, it's literally just edges you. Do more hiking stories, and are you sure you don't find 411 cases supernatural in some cases because those disappearances are weird to be normal? Definitely, possibly, you know. I don't know. I have no idea. It's not that I don't think it could be that. It's just that I don't know what the overall connection between them are outside of just disappearing in a national forest or whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought there was... Let me ask. I thought there was some sort of... Was there a Ted Bundy connection to cave systems in U.S. national forests? Something of that nature. Ted Bundy did confess to abducting and murdering women in forested areas, particularly in the Pacific Northwest like Washington and Utah. He dumped bodies in remote wilderness such as Taylor Mountain, Washington. Some victims were found near ravines, wooded trails, or in remote mountainous regions. Bundy was very familiar with outdoor terrain and was known for charming and disarming, often luring victims from places near forested areas or universities close to such terrain. The cave system connection likely stems from the fact that the U.S. has an extensive network of natural caves, especially in national forests, In the 2010s, internet theories emerged suggesting Bundy may have used caves to hide bodies, aided by how remote and hard to access some of those areas are. Some theorists link Bundy to the missing 411 phenomenon, a series of cases involving mysterious disappearances in national parks and forests, although there is no evidence Bundy was involved in any of those. David Paulides in the Missing 411 book's presentations, while not naming Bundy directly, often brings up caves, boulder fields, and remote forests as locations of strange disappearances. This leads to speculation that serial killers like Bundy may have exploited these terrains. In Bundy's documentaries interviews, there are sometimes mentions of unfound bodies that Bundy claimed were in locations authorities never searched thoroughly, fueling the idea that he may have used caves or crevices. Creepy note. Bundy once said, "I'm the most cold-hearted son of a bitch you'll ever meet. I just liked to kill." When someone like that has access to wilderness, knowledge of terrain, and no remorse, it's not a stretch to imagine that he might have used natural cave formations or deep forest spots that were never found. That is kind of strange. I am curious to some extent, like what was it? What was the context of most of his relationships with these women? Was it all like romantic? And then he just like, "Hey, what's up? You're cute. Can I kill you?" Oh yeah, did you guys hear about how they found like large catacombs underneath the Gaza pyramids or whatever? What's my favorite speed clip? Dude, Shorn, I swear to God, he is probably the best content creator, I think, within that like or like the best streamer right now. Because I swear to God, all I ever do is see like clips of him out of context, and they're always so funny. Like this one, like, and it's not like I actively go out of my way to look for like clips of Speed, but he just must have such a plethora of like funny things that he does that they just eventually make it to my normie brain. And the one was like, the one was like some like midget man was like punching Speed's like stomach, and then at one point like Speed's like looking down at him like an anime character, like, I don't feel any of that. But then out of nowhere, the small man punches upward like he's trying to hit Speed's face, but then he just like quickly reacts and pulls back. And I don't know why, just all the reaction gifs and the Instagram comments are so funny, like comparing him to like saying he went ultra instinct mode, Dragon Ball Z. It's just so stupid. Yeah, backflips onto his desk with his girlfriend or whatever. He jumped over those two cars, which literally got him banned for a little bit, which is hilarious. That one, dude, the one where like he's getting shot by a flamethrower robot that he bought and has to jump into his pool, and then while he's in the pool, it's still like shooting flamethrower flames into his face, and like he's able to dodge it. And then I swear to God, we were watching some sports thing at a friend's house like yesterday or 2 days ago, and he was on a Foot Locker commercial or some shit. Like he was on like some sort of sportswear commercial. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this bro is popping the flurp off. Babes, there she blows with the 5 gifters. To Veronica, Vent Kaczynski, Christy O'Brien, Shauna Flernonchich, and Kiara J. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. I forgot that I match. Answer your question? What's your damn question, you silly goose? I think it's an older civilization. They said the upper part of Africa was fertile and they could have been used 100,000 years ago. The Egyptians built over them. They also talked about Atlantis. Okay, that would make sense. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't really make sense with Atlantis, but like using that as like the basis for like irrigation and like waterways and stuff, or even maybe they built those first and then put the pyramids over top. Yeah, because who knows how old like the pyramids and all that kind of shit are. They might be older than Egypt, you know, the Empire of Egypt or whatever itself. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy when you think about it. Did you see the Kai and Speed clips that looked out of context? I don't think so. It's been a bit. The third story freaked you out in the fire lookout? Which one was that? Also, I always forget I'm supposed to match the gifters, so I gotta do that quick. And I'll do a few extras since I forgot last time too, I think. Boom shaka. Oh yeah, let's also see how many... Guys, if you're not getting notifications on YouTube, be sure to follow me on Twitch. I got that linked up above. We got over 3 people watching over there. It's nuts. Nobody left a comment. Sweet. And let's read thanks for the 10 gifters to Alpha Beans, Shannon's Copper, Dusty Carlisle, Dodongo Menoof, Maja Andreasen, Terry Pera, Courtney Grubbs, Grace Hawkins, Shiara, Tasha Novak, Dana Kai. He's gonna go live in China. Oh, that's crazy. Bro's living the life, man. He gets to just travel around and be cool as shit. And he kind of can just like get away with whatever. He can just like say whatever the fuck he wants. And no, you know, doesn't have like Reddit on his ass. Your question. I don't think your question's popping up, to be honest with you. It says answer my question, but there's no corresponding question. Should you audition for Beast Games? Yeah, I think so. You know, fuck it, dude. That's where like, that's basically like the Price is Right for Zoomers at this point. So you might as well, that's where you get your start before you end up on like the next Breaking Bad. We two should collab. I don't even know what me and Speed would do. Maybe he could read a story. Or I could race him. Do you think I could beat him in a foot race? I run a 5.5. What's he run? There's gonna be season 2 of Beast Games. Wheelchair racing. I actually might be able to beat him in wheelchair racing if we both got in wheelchairs. I feel like I might be able to like burn him in that, to be honest. What if you found out that he couldn't read? That would be really funny. I have him on to like doing, he's like, listen bro, I can't read. Security with the 27 months. You guys a cat song. I thought you'd enjoy her. Thanks for everything. Okay, nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you so much for 27 months. That's crazy. I took another step, then another, until I was close enough to touch the tree if I wanted, and something about it made my skin crawl, even as my brain kept prodding at it, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe the deer had fallen from somewhere high up and landed just right, but there were no cliffs nearby, no broken branches above, and the trunk was too solid, too intact. I crouched down, peering up at where the deer's body met the wood. The bark flowed around it seamlessly, like the tree had molded itself to the shape of the carcass. I reached out and hesitated and then brushed my fingers against the trunk just below the deer. It felt normal. There was nothing strange until you looked up and saw that impossible thing sticking out of it. Sarah yelled my name, telling me to get back, but I couldn't stop myself. I stood up and walked around to the other side. And there, the trees... Dang, I was on a roll. You don't want to be an adult. You don't have to be. You can just be homeless. If you don't want to go to work, you can just live outside. There's plenty of free spaces on the bench outside of a library. That's legally a bed. He does anything collab narrating stories. I mean, that would be dope. Have his audience come over. Maybe he's into it. Maybe he likes that kind of stuff. I don't know. Do horror stories about Kamala Harris. When she fell from the coconut tree. There, the deer's hindquarters hung limp, and I saw the same thing there too. No blood, no damage to its hide, no sign whatsoever of how it got that way. And that's when curiosity started to turn to fear. My stomach tightened, not from nausea, but from something deeper, something I still can't put into words. It wasn't just weird anymore, it felt very wrong. The woods felt quiet too, like everything had just stopped and started watching us. No birds or wind, just the sound of my own breathing and Sarah's quick, shallow gasp behind me. I looked at her, and her eyes were wide and her lips were pressed very tightly. "We need to go," she said. And at that point I didn't argue. I could remove myself physically, but mentally I couldn't pull away from this. How long had it been up there? Had someone or something put it there? The unease crept up my spine, slow at first and then all at once, like a cold hand closing around my neck. And I thought about pictures that I'd seen of animals caught in fences or traps, but this wasn't that. This was deliberate, unnatural, and the more I looked, the more I felt like we were supposed to... We weren't. Maybe they were teleporting it. It was part of a deer teleportation scheme from DARPA. They should have a DARPA, but for dummies, and it's just a bunch of like dumb people who like try to invent things, but they get hurt. Oh my god, that'd be such a fun video game, and we call it DARPA. And basically, it's just you try to do experiments and stuff, but you end up like blowing yourself up all the time with like funny ragdoll. Guys, we figured it out. We invented the newest, coolest game. Yeah, it's South Park. I thought about pictures I'd seen of animals caught in fences or traps, but this wasn't that. This was deliberate, unnatural, and the more I looked, the more I felt like we weren't supposed to see it. Neither of us looked back, but I didn't need to. I could still see it, just burned into my brain. And we moved in silence. Our steps were very quick and uneven as my heart was pounding, not from the pace from... Man. What's better, cookies or crepes? I haven't had a crepe in a while, but I've had a lot of cookies. What if, like, God, when you get to heaven, God shows you like a tally of how many cookies you've had in your life versus crepes, and the crepes is just like 3, but the cookies are like 158,729, and you're like, what? I've only had 3 crepes? That's crazy. It's like, yeah, I've been keeping track up here the whole time. It's written in the Akashic Records. We moved in silence, our steps quick and uneven as my heart was pounding, not from the pace, but from thoughts of what we'd just seen. Sarah kept her head down, and I knew she felt it too. That shift from curiosity to dread, the sense that we'd stumbled onto something that we weren't built to understand. We made it back to my car in almost half the time that it took to hike out, and the whole drive home we didn't say a word to each other. And when we got to her place, she looked at me and her face was still pale, saying, "We're not talking about this ever again." And I agreed. Not because I wanted to forget, but because I didn't want to upset her any more than she already was. And we never did mention it, not to each other and not to anyone. But there are definitely times late at night that I'll see that deer in my mind, half in and half out of that tree, and feel that same cold grip around my neck reminding me that was all real. Why didn't you take a picture? When crazy shit like this happens, where it's literally just Lingering? Taking a picture is always a cool little... Or like maybe come back to it? Take a picture? Oh, shite. Caramelized French toast with strawberry syrup and fresh ice cream. Caramelized French toast. Like, how hot are you getting the French toast? Are you taking like a Bunsen burner to it? A little torch? A little torchy action? That sounds good, though. You know what's weird, though? I could totally see adding some degree of protein to the top of that. Like, you know what I mean? Someone typed crawdad in the chat, and I was like, yeah, what about, like, Cajun crawfish to the top of... I call it Cajun French toast. It ties in with the French stuff, too. The Cajun shit down south there in Louisiana. Oh, my God. French toast, but with a bunch of, like, tasty, you know, type of meat on top of it. Call it, yeah, crawdaddy. What's up, Bree? Yes, sausage could, well, you know. Still more stories here. Yes, seafood boil, yeah. But like with sweet, yeah, put the ice cream. Honestly, people sit there and like knock food. But if I were to tell you like poop was like part of like someone deep seated into someone's culture and then call you racist because you didn't want to eat poop, I think you would probably eat poop one time in your life. I think I could convince half you guys to eat some shit if I said it was like part of my people. A few years back, me and a few very close friends went on a camping trip. We'd been planning it for literally like a year, and we were super excited to leave behind the hustle and bustle of the big city and immerse ourselves in the raw beauty of nature. And there were 5 of us. Myself, Rachel, a 23-year-old female, Rob, Jenna, Jay, and Dave. And having spent all of our high school years together, we were a close-knit group, and for me personally, the trip seemed like it was going to be the highlight of our year. But I don't think I've ever been more wrong. Our packs were hanging low with the weight of our supplies, but our spirits were high as we set out from the trailhead. The weather was fine, and we moved at a steady pace as the trail wound through the woods, climbing pretty gently at first and then dripping into these shallow ravines before rising back up again. We laughed and joked as we went, and it felt good to be out there, away from the screens and schedules with nothing but each other and the promise of a campfire cookout ahead. And by late afternoon, we'd covered a good distance, and since we weren't planning on setting up camp for another couple of hours, we decided to stop for a break. A brack. Okiyasu Nijamura. Thank you for the $5. As good fried rice is better than a abalone seafood. I agree. But what about poop? Poop fried rice. Think about that. If you don't eat it, you're bad. You're a bad guy. But thank you for the 5. Anally intaking food has been proven to help with digestion. If you see, that's what I'm saying. All you have to do is say something has been proven, and you say it real quick like that. And if they don't stick something up their ass, then they hate science. Okuyasu Nijamura with the 2. This is careful, Icarus. I'm getting too close to the poop. Absolutely boof it. First live, hey y'all, endless stream. What's up, Holly? How art thou? Welcome. By late afternoon, we'd covered a good distance, and since we weren't planning on setting up camp for another couple of hours, we decided to stop for a break in a small clearing nestled beneath this low rise. And the spot felt sheltered, almost cozy, so we dropped our packs and sprawled out on the ground, pulling out sandwiches and water bottles. And apart from the rustle of leaves and the occasional call of some distant birds, the forest was really quiet. And it wasn't like this moment of stillness that made me feel like we were in a special place. Too close to the bowl. You're gonna get flushed down. I wonder if there's been like a skit where like someone takes a shit and then like as they like, you know, wipe and pull up their pants and like they go to like put their hand on the thing and it's like a close up of their finger on the flush and then something's just like, wait. I was like, huh? What? The fuck was that?
Wait, don't flush the toilet.
What the fuck? Are you talking to me?
Yes, you created me. Therefore, I think that I deserve to live.
And then it's just like, it makes an appeal to emotion, basically saying that if you flush poop down the toilet, that's pretty much like aborting a baby or something. Yeah.
Love me, Father. Father.
Flush it down.
I'll be back.
Someone's had to have done that. Anytime I think of like anything funny in my mind anymore, there's always someone who's like, actually, Simpsons did it. And I'm like, fuck, dude. Like, I just assume that every like joke is just buried in my subconscious from like when I was a kid. Have you seen the one where in Japan people use a porta potty by a lake and it ends up being pulled by a water ski? Yeah, are you pro or anti-flush? I'm anti-flush, honestly. I save all my poop babies in the poop drawer. Uh-oh, Mom found the poop drawer. Dude, that would be like my, like I've seen that video, I've seen it so many times, where someone's in a porta potty and then just some young ruffian teens come up and like body check the entire porta potty and knock it over. And you just hear the absolute deathly wails of the woman inside, and it just, you can imagine for her just being probably like doused in shit whilst naked and her own poop is like half hanging out of her butt. She's in hell in that moment. Honestly, that person who kicked that over is probably liable for some type of something. Because I imagine if the poop gets in your eyes, you could probably go blind. Get poop disease. Do you live in Lucan, Ontario? I live across from Iqbo on the main street. I do not, no. Sorry. I'm from the United States of America. As a nurse, you gotta look back at it and examine just a bit to be safe, right? Exactly. Make sure that there's no blood or nickels and that kind of thing. Speed Deadass said Mandarin? Is that not right? Mandarin? He's speaking. Oh, Mandarin. Oh, that's funny as fuck. Yeah, what y'all speak? Mandarin? How old is he? He's still like really young, isn't he? He's like 18 or some shit. He had to poop so bad he had to strip. Yeah, or like whenever you get out of the shower because you have to shit and your whole body's like covered in just like soap suds, specifically on top of your head and your boobs and your lower portions. What's up, Klopp? Good to see you. Yeah, we're just goofing around. Apart from the rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird, the forest was really quiet, and it was like this moment of stillness that made me feel like we were in a special place, and at a special time. But it turns out that I was right, just for all the wrong reasons. And after a few minutes, Dave stood up, brushed off his jeans, and then walked off into this corner of trees after saying that he had to take a leak. We barely glanced his way, too busy eating and stretching out our sore muscles. Now the seconds ticked by, and we talked a little among ourselves until this sudden and terrible sound just absolutely shattered the calm. It was a scream, raw and guttural, and it ripped through the air like a chainsaw in our ears. It was Dave, and it wasn't just a cry of surprise or pain. It was something very primal, something that reached into the deepest part of your brain and flipped every switch to absolute panic. We all scrambled to our feet and ran toward the sound, crashing through the brush as branches were snagging on our clothes, and we found Dave, 30 yards away, crumpled on the ground, hands clawing at his leg. Clamped around it was an old bear trap. Its rusted jaws snapped shut around his ankle. His screams had turned to gasps, and his gasps. Dude, saying the word gasps is so hard. Gasps. Crisps. Crispy gasps. I gasped at the crisps. She let out 3 gasps for the delicious crisps. It's like if you say it, you gotta call your cat at the same time. Gasp. If you go on a fast then fart, you are in for a game of Russian roulette. That's true, yeah. There's something really strange about when you're fasting and then you eat a little bit. It's just like, as soon as your body's like booting back up how to digest things, it's like, oh yeah, let me diarrhea. Yeah. Ever played the serial? No, I haven't. Sounds fun. Ooh. His screams had turned to gasps, and he was face pale. He was face pale. And his was face pale. Peep his stream real quick. Alright, we're gonna look at iShowSpeed's stream. I wonder how hard it is to stream like IRL stuff.
Oh my god. Thank you, man. Thank you. Oh my god. Is the KFC good here?
I have no clue. I just got here, bro.
You talking about
You
KFC?
never tried.
No, I haven't.
Is this your first time in China?
Yes, it is. And I'm Chinese too.
How the fuck? It's his first time in China and he never had KFC China.
Hey, appreciate it.
He never had KFC China. Because everyone knows when you go to China, the first thing you're stopping by is KFC, of course. Where was I? Panic Dave's. Okiyasu Nijamura with the 2. So scary poop stories for April Fools. For all you fools who live in April. And we're getting to April here soon. Holy crap. I used to do those funny things, but I don't know. I can't do April Fool's stories anymore because... Also, dude, Speed looked pretty jacked. I remember not that long ago he was pretty, like, skinny. But I guess he was, like, young when he first started out. Now he looks like he's been working out, which is pretty dope. What if he's just like he was a D1 athlete the whole time and he had no idea. April Fools, just a week away. Can you believe it, everyone? Can you believe it? What am I going to do with this information? Sometimes I get like hit with a sudden realization I'm like streaming. I'm like, oh fuck. Gotta lock in. His screams had turned to gasps, and his face was pale and slick with sweat as he writhed in agony. Blood pooled beneath his leg, soaking into the dirt, and the sight of the jagged metal biting into his flesh made my stomach absolutely turn. Jenna dropped to her knees beside him, saying, oh God," with her hands flat and trembling like she didn't know what to do with them. And Rob swore under his breath, just pacing in a tight circle while Jay just stood frozen, staring at it. And I forced myself to look closer. And this trap looked ancient, with its old rusted chain anchored to a stake buried deep in the ground, and it must have been abandoned years ago, just left to rot there, until Dave's foot had found it. All of a sudden, Jay snapped out of his daze and knelt down beside Jenna. I've seen this before, he said. Old traps like this, there's a release mechanism, you just need to find it. And he ran his hand along the trap's edges. His fingers seemed to be trembling as Dave tried to stifle his whimpers, and his breathing was coming in these short, sharp bursts by then, and his blood was staining Jay's hands as he worked. And after what felt like an eternity, Jay finally found it. A rusted lever hidden beneath a layer of dirt. Hold him steady, he told us. Rob and I graved. KFC's not that good though, bro. Like, a lot of their sides are pretty mid. The chicken's okay. It could, honestly, for like most of its focus being on chicken, it could really make it taste a lot better. But yeah, a lot of the sides are pretty whatever. I don't know, I feel like a chain restaurant like that, it should like make you shit your, well, it's gonna make you shit your pants, but I mean shit your pants metaphorically in excitement for what they're providing for you. And KFC just like never did that for me. And yeah, I can imagine how overpriced it all is. Church's chicken in Texas is by far the best. Yeah, have I had that? I don't even know. I guess it's not this far north, is it? Rob and I grabbed. You had KFC tonight, I think. I like it mostly because of the nostalgia of eating it. Yeah, right. I do remember like eating in the restaurant at KFC as a kid. That was for some reason like oddly fun to me. Going there with my family and my brothers. And it kind of was like at the same level of like eating at a Pizza Hut. When they had like the Pizza Hut buffet and shit. There was something about it that felt very official. I have like a specific memory going to a KFC when I was in like 6th grade or something, maybe 5th grade, and me and my dad just like talking about how excited we were for Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, to come out, and him theorizing that Qui-Gon Jinn was actually young Darth Vader. But I guess back then, like, having access, like, you couldn't look up everything online or whatever, so I would have probably guessed that Qui-Gon Jinn was Darth Vader as well, just from looking at the imagery. The buffet at Wendy's? No, dude. Build your own burger. Speed gave China KFC 9 out of 10. Damn. It earned it. They do have churches further north, but they're a few and far between. Specialty locations called Church's Texas Chicken. Oh, nice. Go to a stream in the chat and type collab. Challenge them to a read-off. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. I'm doing it. I'm going in there right now. I'm just gonna type it in. It's gotta be a challenge, otherwise he won't be interested. Alright. Here we go. Speed.
Can we cross the street?
Alright.
Alright.
Careful. Guys,
I challenge you
What is
to
that?
a read off.
What is that over there? What? What? Swear?
Boom.
Just swear. Oh, it's a square.
A reading speed run.
That's a square?
That's a square?
Oh, you can't go on it? Is it closed? Damn, it's closed. Why they got it closed? Oh, we gotta go in there. I don't know what's in there, but that looks cool.
Oh my god, he's got a straight up
That
bodyguard
looks
with
good,
him.
chat. We gotta go in there.
Jesus Christ. Bro, it's gotta be tough, honestly, to just be like nonstop engaging all the time with this shit, you know? Like, isn't it weird to think, like, I'm not trying to be like nostalgia or like boomer here, but you know, when you were a kid and everybody would sit and watch fucking like Hey Arnold or Rugrats or some shit, like that was your entertainment. It was written, it was curated. Dude, nowadays kids probably don't even fucking watch a cartoon or give a fuck. They're like, I'm watching speed streams. The most like random and disorganized insanity ever. And honestly, I respect it. That's what they're into. Boomer alert. And by boomer, I mean I am a terrorist that explodes. Just kidding. Rob and I grabbed Dave's shoulders, pinning him down as he thrashed. Jenna gripped his hand, saying some reassurances that I'm not sure he could even hear, and Jay pressed down on the lever with both hands. The trap resisted for a moment and then it gave way. Its jaws then sprang apart, and Dave screamed again as the pressure released, his leg free but badly hurt. I looked, and quickly wished that I hadn't. The flesh was torn wide open, and the bone was visible beneath the mesh of mangled meat. We carried Dave back to the clearing as his screams just went down to whimpers, and Jenna dug through her pack and pulled out a first aid kit, wrapping his legs in bandages that soaked through almost instantly. Rob produced a pistol from his bag and shot him in the head, saying that it probably was for the best to spare him all that pain. All we could do was stare in disbelief. What the fuck was going on? Our friend literally shot our other friend in the fucking head, and now he was dead. Jenna let out a death-defying scream. She said, "Oh my god, I show speed, oh my god." Just kidding, none of that happened. Alright. He like opens up the bear trap and puts it on his head. Wait, we're taking this with you. Rob produced a pistol from his bag. A small 9mm. Wait, yeah, sorry. At that point I was like, wait, what actually happened? He brought with him just in case Rob... Oh my god. Rob pulled out a pistol from his bag. This small... Alright. Rob pulled out a pistol from his bag that he brought... Jesus Christ. I don't even want to read anymore, man. I'm like checked out. I don't give a fudge. Alright, I was just making sure you guys are paying attention. More mouth sounds. Yeah. Rob produced a pistol. Saying produce sounds so fucking weird. Rob pulled out a pistol from his bag. He said he had it just in case. He held it low, scanning the trees as we planned our next move. The campsite plan was quickly abandoned, obviously. Dave needed a hospital and we were less than a day's hike from the car. We left most of our gear behind, taking only what we needed to move fast and then headed out. Jay and I supported Dave with his arms slung over our shoulders,
Jenna carried the first aid kit, and Dave took point with the gun as he led us back along the trail. The woods felt very different now. The peace was replaced by absolute terror. It had been transformed from this paradise into a living hell so fast that it was making my head spin. We made decent progress at first, with the adrenaline pushing us forward, and Dave was getting paler, his head lolling against my shoulder as he begged us to slow down, and the bandages were just completely covered in blood. It dripped onto the trail behind us, leaving a trail of its own. And we knew it was hurting him, but we had no choice but to keep going. And then just when we thought that things could not get any worse, they did. We were halfway to the car when it happened. This sharp crack split the air, and something whizzed past my head, close enough that I felt the rush of it. It was a gunshot. And it wasn't Rob. Someone yelled something else. Jesus, dude. They were being hunted, bro. He's pissed they took his quarry. You found my ASMR channel? Nice, yeah. I need to do maybe more of that, honestly. I don't know how many people would even want that in the bonus content, but it could be good. The digital redo. Someone yelled out something as we hit the ground, dragging Dave behind like a fallen... Oh. Someone yelled out something as we hit the ground, dragging Dave behind a fallen log. Another shot rang out, and I swear it splintered the bark above us before Rob started to fire back randomly towards what the sound had come from. He yelled at us to run, waving us on so Jay and I hauled Dave up, stumbling as we moved with Jenna keeping close behind. Rob kept Frog. Our frog friend. Background AI. No, that's made by Robin. It's legitness. Christy O'Brien, thank you for the 5 gifters to Vitality. Zuck Does Suck. Daniel Cage Bean. Angelique and Rook X. Welcome, friends. You guys now have access to bonus content. I'm gonna have to do some gifters too, just to show my appreciation. Apparently when you get gifted the subs though, it lets people know when new videos come out more. You're impressed by the throat singing? Damn, man. I must be built for it. Garrett, Alice, Justin, Kit Kat, Elizabeth, welcome. Bonus content coming your way. It sounds so good. Damn, dude. Where am I from? I'm from Pennsylvania, United States. Rob kept shooting, trying to cover us as we ran. He was so brave, but I'll never forget how wide-eyed and terrified he looked as he kept peeking out from behind a tree, firing. The woods completely erupted into chaos. Shots came sporadically. Some felt like they were close, some distant, and the echoes were bouncing off the trees until we couldn't tell where anything was coming from anymore. We ran blindly. Branches were whipping us in the face as the ground was threatening. Come on now, what the fuck is this shit? We ran blindly. Branches were whipping us in the face as we were almost tripping with every step. Dave had lost a lot of blood at this point, but apparently he was surging with adrenaline, hoping... Dave had lost a lot of blood so far, but he must have been surging with adrenaline, hopping like a man possessed as we ran alongside him to give him balance. Rob caught up, saying keep going. He was gasping, and started to put more bullets into his gun as he took cover behind a tree. My lungs burned. Oh my God. Rob caught up, saying keep going, and he was gasping as he was reloading another magazine. My lungs burned and my legs screamed, but fear kept me moving, the trees thinning out as we neared the trailhead. I could see the faint outline of the car when the final shot cracked behind us, and then there was silence. We didn't stop to check, and we didn't look back. We reached the car, piling Dave into the back seat as his blood smeared all over the inside, and Jenna climbed in beside him, pressing fresh bandages to his leg while Jay took the wheel. Rob kept his pistol ready, scanning the tree line as I slammed the passenger door shut. Our engine turned on and we peeled out of there, the road twisting through the forest as Dave groaned and was still alive, but it felt like barely. Sales, oh my God, man. They call me the throat goat. Bah. One of my favorite stories to read? Probably just these ones. Outdoor ones are the coolest. When did you notice you had a gifted voice? Honestly, I didn't know that my voice was any good until I started a YouTube channel. Literally not a single person in my life told me anything about my voice. Except I think my 8th grade art teacher. She... I don't know what it was. Like, we were at, we were basically experiencing other different groups. And, like, it was towards the end of the year or something. And I think I sang one time. I just did a little bit of a sing. And she was like, that was really good. You should join choir or something like that. And I just kind of, like, poo-pooed it off because I thought it was gay. So I just never did it, but... Now, I'm looking back and I'm like, damn, I should have learned, like, way more skills. I should have participated in so much more shit when I was younger because it was fucking free and very easy to do. Cell signal was non-existent, so we aimed for the nearest town 30 miles away. And that drive was just a blur. We talked to Dave to try and keep him awake, and he stayed responsive, but there was still a little voice in my head that I had to actively silence that kept telling me that he was going to die. We reached the hospital just after nightfall, going into the emergency bay as... We reached the hospital just after nightfall, screeching into the emergency room as doctors and nurses... Skill plus talent equals 1.25 million subbers. I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess mainly consistency, but I suppose consistency turns skill and talent into even better skill and talent. We reached the hospital after nightfall. Today is gonna be the day. Do you miss anything about being a nurse? Not really, no. Honestly. I do miss that sometimes I would go into the break room and, like, eat all the peanut butter out of the little packets. which was like a nice reprieve. I miss, yeah, going in there, eating all the peanut butter, realizing that like a little bit of peanut butter filled your stomach so you weren't hungry for the rest of the shift, and then checking my phone. Do you notice a difference between your narrator voice when you first started the channel and your narrator voice now? I do, yeah. I sounded like this when I first started, and it's because I didn't quite know what kind of voice I should be doing. And then I did a voice like this, but it was so slow and exaggerated and deliberate that it was kind of annoying, and people said I talked too slow. But then I started to find just something in between, and it seemed to be fine, because it felt way more natural and didn't hurt my voice. Yeah, my wee lad. I'm just a wee laddie. You can trust me. I'll read you to sleep, sonny. Oh, ho, ho, ho. And then I'll steal the gold out of your teeth from the crowns of your canines. I would honestly say probably the scariest movie monster has got to be that like little Warwick Davis leprechaun bullshit. I don't know what it was about him. Like Chucky is definitely up there as one of my least favorites as a kid, but there's something about the leprechaun that's real creepy. Mainly just because he was like a mix of like magical and just like relentless, bloodthirsty. Like when he finally was like done fucking with you and was like, alright, that's enough. That's a fuck enough. And then he just sort of turns you into a pile of gold goop and like rips off your cock or something. And just sort of like smiles as he does it. Or like I feel like there was many times where he like shapeshifted. So imagine if he shapeshifted into a hot babe who's giving you a freaking blowjay, but then at the last second you like look down, you're like, oh, you look down and it's a fucking like disgusting, rotting leprechaun man, and he's like, what's the matter, laddie? Not hard anymore? And then he fucking rips your cock off with his sharp little leprechaun teeth, and you're like, ah! But you're on like a balcony, you're at like in a hotel room on like the top balcony, and it like sends you flying back over the balcony, ah! Psh! You know, like hits a fucking car at the way bottom, which also just coincides with one of the main characters walking in with groceries, maybe the wife or something. And then like he looks over he looks over the balcony, he's like, have a nice trip, see you next fall. But he still has your cock in his mouth, so he's like, whew, and he like spits it, and then this limp penis is like like lands in the wife's grocery bag, maybe, or maybe just like, or maybe there's like a vendor out there, like a guy like, hey, what the fuck's going on, like a homeless guy that they didn't give money to earlier, when he's like, I waited money for a hot dog, and then your penis lands in his hot dog bun next to it, and he's like, and he's not paying attention, and he takes a bite out of it, and then scene, everything kind of zooms in, and we go to the next part. Send this to A24 right now. They did try to reboot the Leprechaun, and they tried to make it real serious too. And they got a new wee man, which was kind of disrespectful, don't you think, to Mr. Warwick? Like, I feel like if there's ever going to be a time where you implement a leprechaun in a situation, it better, like, Warwick Davis better get first look. You know what I mean? That should be like built into his contract. I'm pretty certain he wrote all those movies himself. He usually skip this part, the Irish horror master. He skips every time I do a hypothetical scene from a future Warwick Davis Leprechaun movie. He skips that part. I do that every stream. I always think of like a new way in which Warwick Davis's Leprechaun finds a manner in which to like bite someone's cock off or kill them in a very mildly comedic way. Where is Pradeep? Oh, he's actually behind me. Kitty, what are you doing? As I said that, he like looked, he like, do you ever see a cat when they like look at you but like upside down? He like tilted his head all the way back over himself to look at me. He's a really good cat. Like, if ever there was like a good cat, like Pradeep's just a good one, man. He's just always happy. He's always wants to see people. I mean, he gets a little spooked once in a while, but he's very friendly with guests. We reached the hospital just after nightfall, screeching into the emergency room as doctors and nurses swarmed us. They took David away on a stretcher before we collapsed in the waiting room, exhausted and shaken, our clothes completely stained with blood and dirt. And hours later, a doctor came out. Dave wasn't going to die, she said, but his leg was a complete mess. He'd need surgery, maybe more than one, and there was a chance that he might never walk the same again. The police came next, 2 officers in uniforms who took our statements in small sterile... The police came next, 2 officers in uniforms who took our statements in small sterile... What is this? Small sterile room? Why does that even matter, man? Was my cat raised indoors? He was, yeah. Is your future U2's plush or figure? It does not have Pradeep. I ain't buying, yo. That's what I figured. Like, if I ever make one, it either has to be just like directly Pradeep or something, but I don't know. I was going to do the U2's plush thing, but then there was like question about me, like about the just copyright stuff, you know what I mean? So I was like, ah, fuck. But maybe if I just do the black cat, maybe with a space helmet, that might be kind of cool. PT, no worries. Oh, Zachary Binks. I remember that one. Way back in the day. Hocus Spocus. Your pitbull ate a fucking squirrel Saturday. I'm traumatized having to clean the hairs off the basement floor. Holy shit. I guess that's better than a baby. The police came next. 2 officers in uniforms who took our statements. We told them everything, from the trap to the gunfire, and they listened, making notes, and then asked about the shooter, but we had nothing to offer. We didn't see him at all, let alone his face, and we hadn't interacted with anyone either, so it wasn't like we could point the cops in the right direction of someone we'd pissed off. Someone had just come out of nowhere and started shooting. The cops promised to investigate, to check the woods for evidence, but their tone didn't suggest that they'd be particularly helpful. They said they'd look into it, and Dave's mom and dad called them many more times to ask for updates, but the investigation never went anywhere and the shooter's identity remains a mystery. But we never went back into those woods, obviously. The stuff that we left behind stayed there, like a little monument to the day that our adventure turned into a living nightmare. Dave recovered, and although he has a nasty scar, his rehabilitation went really well, and now you'd never guess that he almost lost his leg one time. We tried to talk about it a couple of times, late at night over some drinks, and the words always just left us, and the questions kind of just lingered. Who set the trap? And who fired those shots? But since we knew that we'd never get any answers to any of that, it's just sort of felt like speculating. It felt pointless. And none of us have ever really hiked since then either. The woods just don't feel inviting anymore, and the sound of Dave's screams still echo in my head sometimes. We survived, but something broke that day that won't heal like David's leg did, and I know for certain that he feels exactly the same way. Alright, holy shit, balls and poop. We are, like, literally so close to being done. If you hear creepy whistling at a Civil War cemetery in the woods on Halloween night, remember, it was me. That's so funny. Like, a friend of mine said they grew up, actually, because I'm in Pennsylvania, so like Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, in the war, or the battle there. she said that growing up she was like in Gettysburg a lot, and they would hear like stuff like that out on the battlefield, like either whistling or being in like a barn, and someone would be like, hello, you know, or hey, you know, and then you just said like hey back, but there's just nobody there. You like think someone's there, but it's not. It sounds like it's a very haunted town. But yeah, I will be right back, friends. I'm gonna go grab my magnesium for sleepies, and then I will return briefly. BRB. You bitch! You bitch! You milk that bitch! I've told you 1,000 times. Sorry. I have Tourette's. But it would be really funny to call someone a milk dud. Okay. Last year, I took a trip into the MSD wilderness here. What's MSD? A milk stud. I should make those. How to, or what, not how to. What is MSD? Fuck. Wilderness. I've heard sometimes it's crows talking when people hear voices in woods because they're as good as parrots at mimicking human voices. What? Crows are? Are they actually? I've never heard a crow mimic a human voice before, but I would like them to. Sunday Scares, what's up, dude? MSD does not appear to be recognized as a standard term. MSD wilderness in Florida? Yes, all corvids do. Really? So the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Wilderness is a federally designated wilderness area. The Marjorie... Okay, well, cool. Big love from Australia. Nice. Which part of Australia? I was there last year. In Perth. In Porth. In Poopth. Yeah, I visited. Oh wait, you were in Perth too? Nice. Yeah, I visited Poopth, Porth. Yeah, I was down under God's country. Yeah. The land of many skin cancers. It's illegal in the US to keep crows as pets? I wonder why. I feel like I've seen people have them. I hit my DMT pen. What did I visit whilst you were here? I saw a lot of random shit. The business district, and then there's like an area with like bars and the quokkas. A quokka. All sorts of like random shit. It was fun. Yeah, well, you know, it was mainly like a city, so there wasn't like any wildlife per se. Like as far as huge spiders and that kind of thing go, sadly. Not crows, ravens stick to the woods and are some of the best mimics. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say, I don't know. I mean, I can kind of differentiate them with the plume of fluffage on their back a little bit. Kitty, where you going? Where you gonna go? You going upstairs? Oh, you coming back? Alright, perfect. Pradeep's gonna stick around. The show's almost done, bro. Stick around. Take a seat. Stay a while. Come on, poop head. Okay. Last year, I took a trip into the MSD wilderness here in Florida, which is way out in the Everglades. It was late July and I'd been hiking for hours, alone with my thoughts and with the steady squish of wet ground under my... It was late July and I'd been hiking for hours, alone with my hot. It was late July and I'd been hiking for hours, alone with my thoughts. I'd done a bunch of hikes like that before and it was my way of unplugging. And at first, everything was fine. With a faint... I'd done about... Oh my god, bro, I'm so checked out. I'd done a bunch of hikes like that before, and it was my way of unplugging. Then, after a while, I began to hear something. It started as a low hum somewhere off to my left, like the drone of a distant lawnmower. Insects are obviously very common out there, but what I'd heard that day was different. I stopped trying to place it, and the sound grew. This steady thrum that felt like it was vibrating in my chest. I looked around the trees and the bushes and the empty sky, but there was just the noise, getting louder and louder as it got closer and closer, until eventually it felt like it was right on top of me. And then suddenly, I saw it. It was a beetle. One that looked as big as... that look. You never knew crows could hold grudges. That is kind of interesting. I mean, I guess any animal really could dislike you for long period, or just like distrust you or whatever. Ravens go grok grok. Crows go caw caw. It's the best way to tell them apart. Ravens won't let you get close. Really? How do they make them as pets though then? Even if you give them something? Crows remember your face. That's funny. They never forget to kill. Suddenly, I saw it. It was a beetle, one that looked as big as a football, as it broke from the tree line and then started flying in circles above my head. I remember freezing on the spot, moving my neck around as I stared at it, and how the chattery buzzing noise it made sounded like a hornet's, only way deeper and way creepier. And I'd seen plenty of crazy-looking bugs in my years hiking, gnarly-looking stag beetles and cicadas, and even those nasty-ass giant horseflies whose bites hurt like hell, but nothing like that beetle thing. Its body looked like a very dark green with a slight... God damn it. Ugh. Its body looked like a very dark green with a slight sheen to it. It was segmented and hard-looking too. God damn it, why is this so fucking hard to read? Literally the last fucking story, and it's just written so weird. A gaggle of crows. Its body looked like a very dark green with a slight sheen to it, and it was segmented and hard-looking too, with hooked legs that dangled beneath it. It looked like it shouldn't have been able to fly, not at that size. Yet there it was, circling me 10 feet up. I wasn't scared, not yet. I was surprised, but I dealt with wildlife before. Bears and snakes and even mountain lions from time to time, and as weird as it was, this was just a bug, right? Nothing I couldn't handle with some spray in the bottom of my boot. I adjusted my pack and started walking again, figured that... Dude, the thing is as big as a football? Is he exaggerating? I adjusted my pack and started walking again, figuring that it'd buzz off, but it didn't. Instead, the sound shifted, dropping lower, and then when I glanced up, I saw that the beetle was descending. It came down fast, stopping a foot from my face, wings still pounding as the air... God damn it, man. Megrod, what's up, big doggy? Weird as it was, this was just a bug. Instead, the sound shifted, dropping lower, and then when I glanced up, I saw the beetle was descending. It came down fast, stopping a foot from my face, wings still pounding the air as its eyes locked onto mine. They were huge, black, and these I don't want to read stupid stories anymore, bro. Spooky bug story. Oh my god, I'm so scared. It's a bug. Yeah, take over. Get speed in here. You visited southwest of Perth? It wasn't too far from the airport, I remember. And just like various other little tours that may have been a distant out. I don't even know where the hell we were going half the time. Are lightning bugs still in Pennsylvania? Yeah, usually around July and August time frame you'll see lightning bugs. Sometimes it's crazy, like in the tree line, especially in like fields and stuff, they will be lighting up the whole fucking thing. It's beautiful. Weird as it was, this was just a bug, right? Nothing I couldn't handle was some spray in the bottom of my boot. I adjusted my pack and started walking again, figuring that it'd buzz off, but it didn't. Instead, the sound shifted, dropping lower, and then when I glanced up, I saw the beetle was descending. It came down fast, stopped a foot from my face, wings still pounding the air as its eyes locked onto mine. They were huge, black, glossy orbs that took up half its head, and somehow, they scared the crap out of me. They weren't like any insect I'd ever seen before. Jesus Christ. These were smooth, deep, and wet-looking, like pools of ink, and they watched me. Not just reactively, not just instinctually. There was something intelligent behind them, something that knew that I was there. Even in the Florida heat, my blood turned to ice and I couldn't move. I couldn't blink. And for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, the beetle hovered in front of me. And then, with a flick of its wings, it just darts away and vanished into the trees. I stood there, and my heart was pounding in my chest. I stood there. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I was sweating. My hands shook as I wiped my face and tried to shake the image of those eyes. I told myself it was nothing to worry about and kept moving, but the hike didn't feel relaxing anymore. I didn't hear the buzzing again, but I couldn't stop listening for it. And by late afternoon, I found a spot to camp. I set up my hammock, pulled some food from my pack, and tried to eat. And I should have been hungry by then, but I had no appetite. My mind kept replaying the beetle, its eyes and the way it looked at me, and I crawled into my hammock early, hoping a nap might reset me, but it didn't. The dreams came fast. I was back on the trail, but it was dark and the buzzing was everywhere. Above me, beside me, inside my head. I couldn't see the beetle, but I knew that it was there. Then its eyes appeared, floating in the darkness even bigger than before. They were unblinking, endless, pulling me in as I started to drown in them. What the fuck is going on? Is this a dream sequence? Like, I don't even know what the fuck is this. Have I seen Skeleton Crew? No, the Star Wars thing. Isn't it just like a kid's Star Wars thing, or what is it? Oh, you know, Joel is forced to read horribly written stories for his other channels. Sometimes they get mixed up. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't even have another one. I don't know. I don't find, like, bugs. I mean, bugs, I don't want them around me, but, like, if this is all it is like just some weird bug, it's just like, alright, man, cool. Where's the creepazoids? Google Meal Up Beach. It's beautiful down there, especially if you love the beach. Wine and good food. That sounds fun. Next time, I don't know. The trip to Australia was long, man. Just so many, like, 5-hour layovers at every goddamn airport. All I would do is just, like, walk Just nonstop walking and nonstop sweating like a fucking fiend. Fiend. And then your sleep was terrible and you just dehydrated and you're, it just sucks, man. I was back on the trail, but it was dark and the buzzing was everywhere. Above me, behind me, inside my head, I couldn't see the beetle, but I knew that it was there. And then its eyes appeared, floating in the darkness even bigger than before. They were unblinking and endless, pulling me in, and as I started to drown in them, I grasped at my throat. They were unblinking and endless, pulling me in, and as I started to drown in them, I grasped at my throat. I woke up gasping and all almost fell out. Jesus fucking Christ. I woke up gasping and almost fell out of my hammock. The darkness buzzed with the Everglades night song and I just lay there, listening intently until the sun finally rose up. Whatever, man. I woke up gasping and almost fell out of my hammock. The darkness was buzzing with the night song of the Everglades, and I just laid there, listening intently until the sun finally rose. And as soon as there was enough light, I packed up fast. The plan had been to stay another day and loop back through a different trail, but I needed out. The hike back to my car was 6 miles, and I set a brutal pace. Do I choose the stories? I don't know. Somebody else digs through my shit and finds stuff that fits topics, but everybody's been wanting the outdoor stories and stuff as of late. Fantastic spot down through Perth. The southwest is a amazing spot. Not many visit for a holiday. The most isolated city in the world, so I was surprised when you said. That's funny, most isolated city. You think there would be more people to visit. I guess it did feel within the city, like business district, it definitely felt very barren, you know what I mean? Like it definitely did not feel very filled to the brim with people, or I don't know. It was interesting. Four hours of reading. As soon as there was enough light, I packed up fast. The plan had been to stay another day and loop back through a different trail, but I needed out. The hike back to my car was 6 miles, and I set a brutal pace, barely even stopping to drink. On the whole way, I kept my head on a swivel, ears straining. My legs were burning and my pack was digging into my shoulders, but I didn't slow down. And everything just sounded like wings to me at that point. The parking lot came into view around noon, and my beaten-up sedan, being the only car there. The parking lot came into view around noon, and my beaten-up sedan was the only car there. I threw my gear in the trunk and locked the doors before I even caught my breath. The drive home was just absolutely insane. 2 hours of winding roads, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel, and I just kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that Beetle flying and staring at me behind me. And I knew how irrational that was. I just couldn't stop myself. And when I got home, I dumped my pack in the garage and went straight to the shower, letting the hot water blast away the sweat and dirt. I told myself that I was overreacting, that I was experiencing some kind of late onset entomophobia? What the fuck is this shit? Entomophobia. You guys have that? Big scary bugs. Big scary freaky bug. Like, was it big? He didn't, like, he said it was the size of a football. And then I feel like that stopped being an important part of the story. You know what I mean? Like if it's the size of a football, that in and of itself is like really scary. That's a big old bug. That could be like a 50-pound bug. But then saying that I was just going to continue on as normal, and it like the following part was the scary part. I feel like just the fact that it was giant would have been the more important thing that caught your attention the whole time. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he didn't revere it as he should have. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever go back to Perth. Who knows? It's a long fucking... just everything about it. It's mainly because it's like just straight up like 48... What the hell? Pradeep just sprinted out of here. It's just like 48 hours of just travel. And you just don't sleep, and you're just like, I'm somewhere fucking else right now. I told myself I was overreacting, that I was experiencing some kind of late onset entomophobia, which is the fear of insects. And although that beetle had seemed like it was big as a goddamn football, it was probably much smaller. But that night, lying in bed, I kept seeing those eyes, black and bottomless, knowing almost. I got up and grabbed my laptop and started searching. Big beetles, wilderness insects, anything that matched what I'd seen, but nothing fit. The closest were some oversized species from South America, but that didn't have those eyes, that same presence. Days passed, and then weeks, and I didn't say a word to anyone about it. Not my buddies who hike, not my nerdy sister who might actually want to help. I was scared that they'd think that I was crazy. And I just stopped hiking there altogether. The gear's still in the garage, just gathering dust. I stick to the city now. The only bugs are cockroaches, and the only buzzing is traffic. And I never thought that I'd ever say this in a million years, but now, I actually feel safer here. Weird that your friends in PA heard whistling in the Civil War area. The cemetery here has been famous for being haunted for like 100 years. Yeah, I think that's what they said. They definitely said they'd like go into a barn and say hi, like somebody would say hi or whatever, and then they would say hey back or whatever. But yeah, Gettysburg. It's interesting that your Appalachia video went viral. Dude, I'm gonna be real with you. I think this sounds schizophrenic, which it probably is a little bit, you know me, but I genuinely feel like my channel in some weird fashion is being like held back, because anytime my channel ever gets in viewership to say like 5.1 to 5.3 million views, it suddenly goes on like a viewership decrease afterwards that then like keeps it like around that area, you know what I mean? And it's quite frustrating, because as prior to that video doing really well, getting like 400 some thousand views, too politically neutral, right? Prior to that, the views actually dropped down about like 300,000 to 400,000 views per month or whatever, to like, I want to say like 4.7 million or something, which is still good, but it was actually like a drop that was like kind of noticeable. And then all of a sudden, that specific video, the Appalachian one, suddenly made that difference and brought it back up to the 5.1 thing or whatever again. And that to me, I just notice a pattern. It's just a weird pattern that I notice, you know what I mean? Like it's, I don't know. I don't really know. It's just a pattern that seems like the channel is like being artificially kept at a certain amount, and then when it gets below that, the algo opens up a little bit and allows your video to make it out to like a larger audience or whatever. You still get 100 plus per video. That's 100% right. I'm not bitching or anything like that. It's just a weird thing that I've noticed as far as like patterns go, where I'm like, why the fuck Did that, because I normally don't ever, in the first week of a video, does it ever get up to like 400,000. It's usually like down the line sometime. Hence why my like theories of like the channel being kept within a specific viewership allotment has always stayed true. So like, but then whenever it started to go down below that viewership allotment, and then that video suddenly got a big burst of views, it brought me back up to the typical range. And that to me is kind of just like seemed kind of sus, you know what I mean? And once again, it's not like there's any meaning behind what I'm saying, but at the same time, I could totally see like certain channels are just, I don't know, maybe that like YouTube cuts them off a certain percentage of the viewership, or like ad allotment dollars, and like maximizing those ad allotment dollars within a certain niche. And that growth in and of itself is just, if you can keep it consistent, that item within your inventory of channels can like stay where it's at. I don't know, maybe it's overthinking things, but to really like, I just have never like seen like a sudden burst of growth. Like I probably will never anticipate the channel ever getting up to like 10 million views or something. I'm not saying it needs to necessarily, I'm just saying it's really strange how, it's strange but also good how consistent it is, you know? That's pretty much it. It's the mountain witch. Does your bed shake? Mine? I don't think so, man. I hope not. I don't really want to deal with a witch, to be honest with you. We need a YouTube whistleblower to explain what's really going on. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure they don't even understand the algorithm at this point. That'd be funny if it was just like a few whatevers that know. He ends his rant like Penguin Zero. What does Penguin say? He's like, I don't know, poopy doopy doopy. You know. Anyways, peace out. Corporations are the most specific, ridiculously specific and tailored algorithms. It's crazy. Well, it is strange. I mean, there will be videos that do really well, and then it'll just like hit a sudden wall, and it's like, and that wall seems to exist within the realm of when my channel like hits around 5.2 million views to like 5.3, and then it can't go any further. It's like not allowed to go any further than that in the overall viewership, and it's really weird to me, you know? But at the same time, it's like I exist in this realm where I shouldn't have this job, you know what I mean, as like a YouTuber. Like this is, I should be, you know, using the same poop rag I've been using for 10 years. That's what I should be doing right now. And getting addicted to like fentanyl patches and stuff. YouTube wants its small creators to consistently grind when their viewership goes down. Yeah, I mean, I used to be kind of jealous of those like channels that would still get like, you know, 100 million views a month, but then put out a video once every fucking month. And that used to be like a possibility on YouTube, but now it seems like they really do want you to grind quite a bit. And I'm definitely a grinder. I'm not on Grindr. At least that I know of. My butthole hurts. I don't know. Shorts changed everything. Maybe. I do like YouTube Shorts. I get lost in it quite easily. I am a grinder. It's crazy. You get on that app and you think everybody would be like nose to the grindstone, but it ends up being nose to your booty cheeks. What's up, Jonah? Thanks, dude. That one was buried in there. I didn't even know I had it. Oh, man. Oh, well. Whatever. Maybe one day things will pop off or something. Also, I don't know if you guys saw my Shrek thumbnail on the newest Swamp Stories. And did you like it? View test report. See, that's the thing too. I do, dude, I'm not even joking. I do the A/B testing for thumbnails. this one, like I did 3 thumbnails, right? All of them exactly got 33%, which in my mind indicates that there was no thumbnail that was like better than the other ones. It was, which I guess, but it's so consistent. Like almost all of my thumbnails are like 50-50, which just means that I think thumbnails don't really matter that much. I mean, maybe the one in my Appalachia video like was pretty important because it seems to pull people in differently, I've watched your vids for years, but even I knew you streamed way back in 2015 when Corpse started falling off. You became my go-to. Oh, thank you. Yeah, hopefully Corpse is doing all right. I haven't seen him make anything and I don't know how long. Have you seen the new Shrek 5 teaser? I have not. No. Is Michael Myers actually back? Need a YouTube insider to talk because something is definitely wrong with no growth. It's weird. It's like no growth. Like I get subscribers, right? But the subscribers are always consistent, I did get a boost in subscribers from the Appalachia video, which is great and probably one of the reasons it drove new traffic. But it's quite strange when it's always just like stagnant at like 300 new subs a day, which is great. Once again, I'm not trying to bitch. It's just that it's odd. It's odd that, honestly, it's odd in the sense that, and not that I want it this way, but I do sometimes wonder, like, I wonder why sometimes it doesn't drop down to like 2 million views and then sometimes jump up to 14 million views and sometimes, but I guess maybe they found that they don't want their content creators to suffer financially and be uncertain between months on like how much money they're going to make or something. You're going to Death Valley. Oh shit. Corpse is doing good. He's just taking a break. He turned 24 and he went into early retirement. It gets very exhausting making beats. Honestly, how do you top E-Boys Are Ruining My Life? Like after that song, it's like I can't jerk off to anything else. Alright guys, let's read this outro. Does YouTube offer classes or support to creators, or are you on your own? I do have a contact at YouTube. She's very nice. I like her a lot, which does make me feel like confident that if I have any issues, I can just go to her and chat about it. Or if I want to start a new channel, she can help me like monetize that one faster or whatever, which is pretty sweet. So that is a really cool thing that YouTube recently kind of like introduced for like medium to large creators. It just kind of gives you a peace of mind that you're not just floating out there in the ether by yourself hoping that you know how to catch a fish. Have you ever considered working with others like Doorway to Nightmare for radio drama style reading? Doorway to Nightmare? I don't know. I've never heard of them before. Like doing it, are they... What are they? When I first subscribed, YouTube never recommended your videos unlike other subscriptions. That's weird. So it makes me wonder if like the majority of views are coming from just like very devoted fans. I mean, there's obviously a lot of like suggested stuff, but... Okay, guys, let's read this outro. You guys gotta think of something funny for me to say. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, They do group readings with multiple creepypasta and similar style narrators acting out the roles of various characters. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I do hope to work with the No Sleep podcast here at some point related to stuff like that. But yeah, wait, who is it again? Who were you talking about? The chat is fire. Thanks for reading my comments. Mr. J, you are rare over 1 million to read a small P. Oh, no, it's all good. I mean, like, honestly, I really enjoy the live streams because you guys are, like, my buddies, so it's, it gives me something to do. If I had to sit here and record stories by myself, just in social isolation without any sort of external stimuli or audience to interact with, thanks, Mr. J, I would go crazy. Doorway to Nightmare. Let's check it out. They have over 15 subscribers. Doorway to Nightmare. Oh. I see. Well, you know, not to put them down or anything like that, but I mean, like a channel with 3.5, like 3,000 subscribers. Like, I'm happy for them that they're doing well and stuff, but you know what I mean? Like, when you get to a certain size, it's like you have to look at like the mutual benefit between each creator kind of thing. But yeah, I do enjoy audio dramas and all that kind of stuff. It's freaking sweet. I would definitely like to see more channels doing that collaborating. I think they are fairly new. Okay, that makes sense. Ghosts are from the moon holes. That's pretty funny. And remember, wait, shit, I don't even know where I'm at. Did I even read the whole way? And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, the ghosts are from the moon holes. Better than the AI reading channels that keep cropping up. I know, there's so many of them, dude. They're yucky. Because they sound so obvious, too, you know? Yeah, and it does kind of... Actually, it's true. I do see them kind of getting promoted a lot. Like, you'll see it, and it's like, what is this? And it's so obvious, like... I don't know. That is really lame, but I guess at the same time, how would YouTube really know? AI narration... What's YouTube's new AI rules mean for AI voices? Oh, yeah. How to generate... Yeah. I don't know. It's all fake and lame and silly. Your stuff would get suppressed by algorithm because you're not AI. That would suck. That would actually really blow if, like, all of a sudden they gave preferential treatment to AI. I don't want them to take, like, some insane, you know, warpath against AI in some ways, but at the same time, especially in that context, I don't think it would make much sense to promote those channels. Am I AI? I'm actually the only sentient AI ever made. The highest end. My friends, thank you for chilling tonight. Appreciate you. I'm gonna go to bed. Pradeep's in there taking a shit. Oh, there's a ton of YouTube conspiracies. We've just been making them up in my head. An angel told me. That's my source. Check out the notebook LM from Google that Dave Collin displayed and how creepily difficult it is to tell from real people, male and female, to human reading podcasts made with AI. Damn, yeah. I mean, who fucking knows where we'll be in a short period of time? It's sad. I guess it's one of those things I've been kind of ignoring, but I've heard other people say, like, in a world filled with AI, eventually people are going to want, like, a human touch, you know what I mean? A real human penis and or balls or vagina. So, and I'm planning to give it to them. But anyways, friends, I'm going to get off. I'm going to go to sleep, probably shower. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. Follow that Twitch if you haven't already up there, just so you get the notifications. And I will get this up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month there for early access. Thank you guys. Love you. Goodbye. Bye.